Good morning, everyone. We are here live now in Pasila, Helsinki, and we have the first game of Jingle HEL starting in 2 minutes. We have Luleå Roller Derby playing against Wet City Rollers, and I am announcing here today this game and the next one, and I'm Kola, and I'm here with my magnificent partner,
Riina.
Amazing.
Should we run through the rosters real quickly before the game starts?
Yeah, you read my thoughts. Do you want to go first?
Yes, I think we can start with the Wet City Rollers. And playing today for the Wet City Rollers, we have 07 The Quacken, 10 Tits and Acid, 12 Mean Machine, 14 Aquamba, 15 Hannah Hardhand, 21 Asgardian, 242 Penny Violence, 3 Virginia Wolf, 314 Blockpicker, 48 Bloody Longstocking, 5 Sunny, 55 Sick Dagger, 59 Lucid Lucy, number 8 Hossy Galore, and 99 Nefertiti's. And on the bench we have Mary Fury and Mushu Mayhem.
That's amazing, and let's go through Luleå roster. We have today playing 004 So Sirius, who is also the captain. 1010 Luis Jönsson. 126 Drakela. 168 Butcher Bay. 36 Legend Differ. 54 Obsessi. 9 Tasmanian D. 95 Mikila. 999 Tugachenka. And in their captain we have Frida Lundberg.
There we have the cheers for the teams and the first whistle for the game start.
Exciting.
From Wet City, lining up as the jammer, we have number 8, Hossy Galore.
And for Luleå, we have 54 Obsessi. Oh, and we start with the official timeout.
I wonder if this is a scoreboard operating issue. Yes, we have our wonderful NSO Dandelion running to fix everything. And Dandelion is now leaving, so we will wait for a moment for him to return, for we need him as he is timing this game for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to try something new. Oh, we were missing a timer. That's fine.
It is early this Saturday morning.
Yes. Now it looks like we will start any second. And now we go.
There we have the Wet City Jammer in the front of the pack, fighting the wall of Luleå. Both teams doing real nice defense from the get-go.
Yes.
Almost a breakthrough on the
and
outside.
Now we are seeing... And there we have the first lead of the game going to Luleå, 5-4 Obsessi, who is now entering the back again.
And we see the Wet City Jammer handing off the star to their pivot.
Yeah, I didn't even see that star pass. That was so fast.
Exactly. Now we have number 21, Asgardian.
And Luleå calls off the jam.
Asgardian taking the star, chasing after the pack, but Luleå calls the jam.
Luleå picks up 4 points. Great start. Let's see what happens next.
For the next jam, I do think it's number 1-2, Mean Machine from Wet City, smiling beautifully up at us so we can see the beautiful mouth guard.
Yes, and we have, for Luleå, we have jamming number 004, who's so serious, who is now in the front of the pack.
Mean Machine tries the outside line at the start, not quite able to stay in.
And we have a lead for Luleå for so serious.
And another beautiful star pass from the side of Wet City to their pivot number 5-5.
And we have Luleå calling off the jam.
Quick jams.
Yes, and their jammer picked 3 points? Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, now it's 7-0. And we have now the next lineup. We have 5-4 Obsessi jamming for Luleå.
And from Wet City, 5-9, who is Lucid Lucy.
Nice. And we have again a lead. That's the second one for Obsessi. Quick lead. Lovely.
With Obsessi approaching the pack, we have the Wet City blockers waiting in their triangle. Beautiful pass on the outside.
Yes. Also really nice one-on-one blocking from Luleå against the Wet City jammer. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the Wet City jammer makes a star stash, but has to fight their way out of the front of the pack, which is the tragedy of every jammer.
Yes. And Luleå picked 4 points. And we go for an official timeout.
For a moment, I thought that it was for fixing the track.
Yeah,
For
same.
our track ninjas are so apt and already on the job, but I think there is another reason for the timeout. But it means that we have good time to take care of the track, take a moment.
Yes, shout out to our amazing track ninjas, Mu and Satu.
Yay! Woo! I wish I was able to name all the NSOs and the referees just from looking from here, but unfortunately
same.
we do not have the list, but we also love all of our referees and NSOs.
Yeah,
Yay!
shout out to them. Amazing. Maybe we get a list in the halftime.
Maybe.
Let's hope so.
Maybe we can go and make a list.
Yeah.
Oh, we could have a list.
Oh, we could have a list, yes.
We can have a look.
But we have, for the next jam, it seems like we have jamming for Luleå, we have 004 So Serious.
And for the Wet City, 07, the Quacken.
We have seen now quick jams. We have seen 4-0 jams. So Luleå has so far picked up all the leads, if I'm correct, but Wet City has been right behind him.
It is the modern derby.
Yeah, well, I love to see the quick star passes. That's amazing.
Absolutely. As a aspiring pivot myself.
Oh, true. Almost forgot.
Exactly. I can relate to and appreciate having nice star passes.
Yes.
For it is not always as easy as you would like it to be. And there we have the whistle again.
Let's go.
Players lining up on the track.
I think this is jam number 4.
You're probably correct.
Yeah.
I cannot see that far.
Yeah,
I also cannot count.
Yeah, I can count to 4. I assume. I'm not sure. We will see it soon. Okay, 5 seconds.
A tight start on the line.
Wow, that was great.
Yep.
And
Luleå
we
taking the
have
lead once again.
It's so serious. 0-0-4 from Luleå.
Exactly. Wet City Jammer, the Quacken, fighting at the back of the pack still, has taken off the star. Another beautiful star pass, such quick work, precise.
Yes, that was amazing. I love it. Also, I think we just opened a penalty box game. We have one blocker from Luleå in the penalty box.
I do think you're right. I think that is the first penalty of the game. Can't quite see that far.
That's okay.
First 2 penalties of the game.
That's a good start.
So now we have...
and we have official timeout.
Yes. For the next jam, Wet City will have a bit of a power start, at least in the sense of the blockers.
Oh, yes. And they have... Who is jamming for Wet City?
I cannot see. Number 8, maybe. I think so.
Yes.
Number 8. So that would be Hussy Galore.
And we have 5-4 Obsessi jamming for Luleå. I have only seen 2 jammers for Luleå at this point. I think that's quite amazing too.
They have a small roster in this game.
Yes, 9 players.
Yeah, that is quite a feat for having taken so many leads at this point already. And now Luleå losing another blocker to the box, and then Wet City taking advantage of that and getting their first lead of the game.
Yes, but we have a star pass from... No, that's Obsessi. We have Obsessi out of the back.
Hussy takes the easy-ish 4 points.
Yes.
For there was only, I think, 1 blocker from the Luleå side to clear for them.
Yes.
For the points round, and scoring all 4 points from the players in the box.
Yes. Yes, and we go for an official timeout.
I think, yes, they're wanting to have one of the Luleå blockers to sit their penalty now that there is some room in the box.
Yes, they were lining up to the box. So we have So Serious 0-0-4 jamming for Luleå. Or at least they are on the track right now.
Yes. And from the Wet City, I do think it's 1-2. For I can't
1-2, yeah.
Yeah. 1-2, so Mean Machine.
Yeah. Who also seems to be the captain of the team. Yeah,
I think so. It wasn't marked for us otherwise, but.
And Wet City opened their score. They picked 4 points last jam.
And now another opportunity.
Yes, we have only 1 blocker for Luleå, who is fighting.
Yeah, Mean Machine makes it out for the lead. Oh, what a big hit.
Yes, that was great defense from number 15.
Yeah, I think number 15, who is Hannah Hardhand.
Yes.
And now we have Mean Machine scoring points already, taking the first 4.
Going for the second, but also So Serious is out of the back, and the jam is called by Wet City.
Yeah, fast
jammer.
approaching.
Yes.
Additional 2 more points to Wet City, so 6 points. So score evening up 10-15.
Yes.
Still for Luleå in the lead, but
Now we have jamming for Luleå number 5-4, Obsessi.
And for Wet City,
I think it's 5-9.
yeah, 5-9, Lucid Lucy.
Yes. Both of the blockers in the back, no, jammers in the back, but
Lucid Lucy finding room on the inside line, taking it for a lead.
yes,
to
that was
Wet City.
beautiful. Luleå has all the blockers again on the track.
Beautiful offense from the Wet City. Just
Amazing.
a nice enveloping of the Luleå blockers for additional 3 points
Yeah.
for Wet City.
So it's a 2-point game right now.
Yes.
Getting
Very-
exciting.
Yes.
Love it.
Wet City definitely getting their engine started in this game.
And using the advantage they had with blockers on the track, which is what you need to do.
Yes, what you absolutely should do.
Yes.
when you have the chance.
Yes, we have jamming 004 So Serious, who's fighting the Wet City wall on the back currently.
And then 07 Quacken in the front. Very tough blocking from both sides.
Yes,
from both
amazingly.
sides. But now beautifully on the outside line,
Wow, that
Quacken
was
takes the lead.
yes, that was great.
Some toe stop work
Yes,
right on the line.
and we had one blocker from Luleå in the box who is now entering the track.
Yes.
Also, we have, I think, no, that was not a star pass. That was a star stash from Luleå.
Exactly. Luleå jammer approaching the pack, so the Quacken calls it
Yes.
after scoring 2 more points. So we are even, dead even on the points right now.
Yes. We have now lining for Luleå. We have number 5-4, Obsessi.
And for Wet City, we have number 8, Hussy Galore.
Great.
I think I now got that correct, that it's not Hussy, it's Hussy, because it is an
right. Great.
Which,
yeah.
as a Finn, I think I should know
Yeah.
better, but you know.
Oh, and we have a lead for Luleå for Obsessi, who is now entering the back for scoring points again.
Yes, Obsessi powering through at the start
Yes.
and now just keeping on going. But now we have also the Wet City jammer through, chasing after.
Obsessi, yeah. Also, Wet City opened a penalty box too.
Looks like I do think that is probably.
I think that's 2-1.
Yes, that's number 2-1 as Guardian as the pivot in the box
yes.
at the moment. So now a chance for Luleå to see what they can do with their advantage of 3-4 for the 3 blockers.
And Luleå picked 6 points in the last jam, so the score is 15-21.
So Luleå taking back their lead they had at the start of the game.
Yes, there is 0-0-4, so serious jamming, and both of the jammers out of the back. And I think 1-2 is the lead. Yes, 1-2 for Wet City.
Yeah, lead for Wet City. Number 1-2 Mean Machine does as their name suggests and gives a bit of a hit to the opposing jammer.
Yes, jammer and jammer action. We always love to see that.
Yes. But then both jammers approach the pack and there's a quick call off after 2 points for Wet City.
Yes, score is 17-21. Really close, really close. 4-point game. We have both teams have all the blockers on the track.
Yes, and for Wet City we have number 5-9, Lucid Lucy as the
Jamming.
jammer for
Yes.
this jam.
And we have number 5-4, Obsessi, jamming for Luleå, and they picked a lead in this jam.
Very strong at the front of the pack.
Yes, now they're powering through, working on the pack. We had amazing one-on-one blocking there from Wet City.
And Lucid Lucy almost through on the outside, still fighting with the final blocker.
Yes, and again, amazing one-on-one blocking for
Absolutely.
now again Luleå. Yeah, that was 1-0-1-0. Really nice work on there.
Now we have the Wet City pivot returning from the box for some offensive play.
And I think Wet City Jammer is on their initial.
Yes, actually, I think you're probably correct.
Yeah, and I think this is the second scoring pass for Obsessi, who calls off the jam, leaving one Wet City blocker in the box.
Yes, unfortunately, the Wet City blocker or pivot, after returning to the track, did some naughty things and had to return to the box, which is something that I also have done.
You have experience in this.
Yes.
And we have jamming for Luleå, we have 0-0-4, so serious. We have seen only 2 jammers for Luleå at this game on the track. That's impressive.
That is very, that's a tough ask. To be only jam, or to be jamming every other jam, basically.
Yes, and we have a lead for so serious.
Yeah, to be jamming Luleå. every other jam and doing it so well.
That is amazing indeed.
Yeah. Now a little bit of a disappearance from the Wet City blockers. Now 3 of them back on the track, but we have the Luleå jammer approaching once again.
Yeah, that's a second scoring pass for Luleå, and I think Wet City jammer is on their initial pass.
Yes, the Quacken has taken off their helmet cover.
Yes,
but is fighting at the back of the pack as the pivot is quite busy at the moment.
Yes. Strong walls for both of the teams.
Yes,
but now so serious is once again out of the back, picking another 4 points. Are they going to get some more? Now fighting against Wet City blockers in the front of the pack. And they're out and calling the jam, picking up another 4 points. This means it's 12-point jam for Luleå.
A big one.
Yes, first big jam in this game. We have seen a lot of 4-ish points.
And now we have a team timeout for the black team, aka the Luleå team.
Yes.
Should we now run through the officials, since we actually got them here now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Starting from our skating officials, today we have Denial, Major Glitter, Grave Miss Skate, Querica, Rice Cakes, Jonas, Refraction, and Hanski.
And for our non-skating officials, we have Dandelion, Not Today Satan, Supikettu, Candy, Akrekola, Tytti, Preda, Iskae, Tirppis, and Messy Ass.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you all for all the NSOs and referees who've come and keep order.
Yeah, and basically make this game happen.
Exactly.
You cannot really play without the NSOs and the skating officials.
Yes, that's only mayhem, not derby.
Yeah.
Now, once again, 2 of the Luleå blockers starting from the box.
And we have jamming for Luleå. We have number 5-4, Obsessi.
And for Wet City, number 8, Hussy Galore.
Both of the jammers fighting the strong defense.
Luleå doing this very, very nice 2-on-1 blocking.
Yes, only
So
two blockers on the track, and amazing recycling from Drakela 1-6 from Luleå. And we have a lead for Luleå for Obsessi.
Yes, beautiful blocking from the Luleå blockers, being able to hold Hussy back for their jammer to be able to get lead.
Absolutely. And now, when the Wet City jammer got out of the back, the Luleå jammer called off the jam, preventing Wet City from getting points.
Yes.
The score is now 17-44. Luleå currently on the lead.
Yes, and for the next jam, I do think it's number 1-2, Mean Machine from Wet City on the lineup.
Yes, and we have, for Luleå, we have number 004, So Serious.
Yeah, Mean Machine taking a bit of a nasty spill, but regardless able to make it through the front of the pack for lead for Wet City.
Yes, that was amazing work there. And we have also Luleå jammer out of the pack.
Yeah, Mean Machine approaching for points.
And calls off the jam before Luleå jammer makes it to the back.
Scoring 4 points, all four.
Oh, Luleå also got one.
One for Luleå, exactly.
Great, great.
Always feels great to steal a point.
Yeah.
For
So
the
this-
next jam,
We have 5-4 Obsessi for Luleå. And we are going to official timeout.
yes.
So the score is now 21-45. Luleå on the lead.
Still very even Luleå had taking the lead with that one big jam for sure, but still a 20-point game or 24-point game is...
Anything could still happen. Also, we saw a great work from Wet City when Luleå had some penalties, and they took greatly advantage of that. So
I think both teams' blockers have been doing excellent work, which shows in the score, in the sense of like there's been these quick jams.
yes,
So once the lead is gone, then you get your own jammer through, or then really just holding the opposing jammer back.
yes,
Doing some excellent blocking, like 2-on-1 blocking and
Yes.
1-on-1 as well. And also, not to say that not doing great 3-on-1 blocking, but I think especially there's been very nice moments of this, like
yeah, and that's also always exciting to see some one-on-one blocking. That's just great.
exactly.
And I think we have now ended the official timeout, and yes, we hear the 5-second. And jam number 15 is now starting, and quick lead for the number 5-4 Obsessi for Luleå, but we have Wet City jammer.
Coming hot on
Yes.
their tracks. Wet City jammer 5-9 Lucid Lucy.
Yes. No call this time. Both of the jammers on their scoring passes.
Luleå jammer making quick work of the pack.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Juking their way through beautifully.
Yes.
Now approaching for more points.
Wet City jammer on the back.
Wet City jammer taking off the star.
Yeah, I think that was their scoring pass, so I'm not sure.
Yes, I think you're all correct in that.
Yeah.
And now Wet City blockers in the front trying to hold back.
Obsessi, yes, and we have a long back.
Yes.
Very long back.
Wet City Jammer at the end of it.
Yes. An obsessive fighting through. Some toe stop action. And out of the back. Looked at the bench for instructions. Do we continue or do we call off?
And
there is a star pass
yes,
that happened.
Lucy has handed off the star to Asgardian.
Yes.
The Wet City pivot, who is now still fighting in the front. Luleå having this great pack awareness and reforming at the front if they manage to catch the jammer over there, sending reinforcements.
And now the jam ends, but we have the Luleå jammer sent to the penalty box
So
on the
now,
last second, so it's a power start for
Now-
Wet City.
exactly, the jammer and also one of the Luleå blockers in the box.
Yes.
And Wet City sends Hussy Galore for the power jam.
And we have an official timeout. Again, Luleå managed to pick 14 points, which makes it the biggest jam in this game so far. We have 10 minutes left in this half.
Yeah, Luleå managing to get these couple of like nice scoring rounds on their jams and then eking ahead
Absolutely.
based on that. Still, you know, some additional points for Wet City.
Yes. So we
Exact-
have 25 to 59
Yes.
right now.
Exactly.
Luleå on the lead. Yes.
You were correct in the sense of like the Wet City jammer managed to make one scoring round
Yes.
before the star pass in the
Yes.
previous jam.
Yeah. I didn't know that could happen. But I only have been aware of this sport for 3 years, I think.
I mean, technically you can take off the star. I mean, you can hand off the star at any point. There is no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, you always learn something new. I think this is amazing.
Yes. Now we do have the Wet City blockers playing offense for the jammer, trying to get Hussy through.
Yes, Luleå blockers are not making this easy. I think that's great work for both teams.
And we do have the Luleå jammer standing in the box and now returning.
Yes, entering the track. That was amazing power kill for...
Yep, exactly. Luleå managing to pick up the lead from the box.
Yes, that's always lovely to do.
Yes.
Just a little time in the box to breathe and then back to the track.
And Wet City has managed to complete their star pass. Number 5-5, the pivot, fighting in the front.
That was lovely work for the Wet City pivot, who is now putting the star on their helmet and is the jammer.
Coming in for points, but I do think the Luleå jammer manages to call it off.
Yes, before... Again, a really nice star pass from Wet City.
Yes.
I love to see that.
Quick one.
So, Luleå picked 7 points, leaving Wet City to 0 in this jam. We are now... I think it's going to be the 17th jam.
I think
Next.
so. I didn't quite manage to catch it, but you've been correct about many things. So.
Yeah. I mean, I can see now the scoreboard because I got new glasses or new lenses to my glasses.
Well, there you have it.
Yes. So, number 004 from Wet City out of the back being the lead, but in the front we have the Wet City jammer.
Quacken overtaking Luleå
Yes.
jammer in the third curve.
Yes, but...
Second curve.
Yeah. Any curve. But Luleå called off the jam
Yes.
before any scoring was done.
Yes. As you usually do
Yeah.
in situations.
Good
as such.
strategy
Yes.
to prevent the other team getting points. I mean, that's kind of like the essence of the game.
You do want to play strategic
Yeah.
in that sense.
All right, again, obsessive jamming for Luleå and picking a quick lead. right behind them Veggie Jammer, who is number 12, I think.
Yes, number 1, 2, Mean Machine.
And Luleå calling off the jam. Did they pick points? We'll see about that. Yes, 2 points.
A quick call off
Yeah,
with the Wet City Jammer fast approaching.
I love these fast jams. Absolutely. These teams have provided us many of them, and I love it.
I do think having both jammers bursting through the pack in the previous jam, quite nice.
And we have jamming for Luleå, we have 004, So Serious.
And for Wet City, 5-9, Lucid Lucy.
Great. Lucid Lucy on the front of the pack, fighting for Luleå wall and making it through.
Both jammers.
Yes,
once again.
Once again, having quick jams. Wet City calling off when So Serious got in front.
Yeah. So Serious taking over in the curve, and then Lucy calling the jam.
Good calls. So we have lining up for Luleå the jammer number 5-4. I think that's Obsessi. We have only seen 2 jammers this far, so I think I know their names by now.
Easier.
Yeah.
That way.
Oh, wow, that was amazing. Amazing lead. I think the quickest one by my calculations in my head.
So.
Yes.
Yes.
Lovely.
Quacken from Wet City, handing off the star to the Wet City pivot.
Yes, again, just a lovely star pass. Yes. But Luleå calls off the jam, picking up 4 points, making it 25-72.
Yeah, Luleå definitely now. They've taken their lead and they want to keep it.
Yeah, seems like it. But I would say it's still anyone's game. Anything could happen. We have still the second half.
Yes, absolutely. But Luleå playing really, really well, given their quite a small roster for this game. Now number 8, Hussy Galore.
Yeah, and we have Wet City blockers recycling the Luleå Jammer 004, so serious. That was great recycling.
And now lead for Hussy and the Wet City.
Amazing. Really lovely work for offense and defense there for Wet City.
Let's see how many points we can get on the board for Wet City. Hussy scoring 3 points.
And Luleå also managed to pick 3.
Exactly.
Even. Lovely.
Or 2, I think 2.
2 or 3. I think 3
Is it
because
3?
the scoreboard says 3, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. And we have timeout for the black teams, which means it's Luleå.
Yeah, I think Luleå is an official review.
Official review. Amazing.
For Luleå.
Yes.
Yes, I do think it's also smart on Luleå's end, since they do have a short roster in this game, to also utilize the team timeouts and the official reviews when they seem necessary.
Yes. We have 4 minutes and 21 seconds left in this half. Next jam would be jam number 22. We do not have the information what they are asking for in the official review, but we will see the results soon.
I think they might have used it as just a timeout.
That might be it, yeah.
Since there was no captains or no bench coaches
true.
on the infield with our referees, so using the official review as a timeout, and then next period they will have another official review in their disposal.
Yeah, great. Good, there is someone who actually knows the rules. Oh, we have lining up for Luleå, we have 5-4 Obsessi as a jammer. Amazing work from them so far.
Absolutely. And from Wet City 1-2 Mean Machine.
Also amazing work from them.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Lovely.
It goes without saying so.
Yeah, yeah.
And now we have NSOs and referees returning to their positions.
Yes. We have official review?
Official timeout.
Official timeout, sorry.
Yeah.
It's too early, I'm sorry.
No. Something at the scoreboard.
Yeah, something, yeah. Well, I can't see that text. Yes. The red one, yeah.
And Wet City once again going 4 blockers against 3 of Luleå's.
Yes.
So intense.
Yeah. Very quiet. 5 seconds heard.
Exactly.
And we go.
And number 1-2 Mean Machine tries the outside line. Can't quite make it.
Wow, that was some amazing blocking from Wet City's number 1-5. Hannah
Hardhead.
Yes.
I think this is Hannah's specialty.
Yeah, it seems like from the judging from the name.
Yes, and because I think this is at least the second of this kind of like big hit, saving the catching the jammer or hitting the jammer out.
Lovely.
Right before they get through. Now we do have both jammers in the pack scoring.
Luleå scoring, but I think Wet City has the lead, yes.
Yes, Wet City has the lead. And can't quite hear what their bench.
Yeah, Wet City is not calling off the jam quite yet. We'll see what happens. Obsessi is on their second scoring pass, I think. So is the Wet City jammer.
Yes, I think now we are even. The Wet City blockers managed to stop the Luleå jammer on their second scoring pass.
Yeah, Luleå's recycling the Wet City jammer.
But now some nice offense from the Luleå blockers.
Yes.
Although Wet City manages to catch the Luleå jammer in the front of the pack still.
Yes. Strong offense. And we have Obsessi out of the back again, picking up another 4 points.
Yes, and now Wet City trying to make quick offense for the jammer.
That was a lovely pass for Obsessi.
I totally missed it. It was so quick.
So quick, yes. And Luleå picks up 12 points in this jam.
And Wet City definitely getting some for them as well.
7.
7 in total.
Oh, 8?
8.
Great.
Yep, you're correct. But still, Luleå coming out on the top in the end of that jam.
Yes.
As well.
Now the jam number 24 starting. We have jamming for Luleå. We have 004, so serious. And lead is to the Wet City jammer, who is the number
5-9 Lucid Lucy.
Amazing.
Both jammers coming hot to the pack right behind one another.
Wet City calling off the jam.
And this one I do think Wet City, exactly. Wet City scoring all 4 and just 2 points for Luleå. So in this one, Wet City coming out on top.
Yes. We have 1 minute left on the clock. Score is 40 for Wet City to 89 for Luleå.
So possibly the last jam of the half, or at least the second last jam or so.
We have now jamming for Luleå the number 1010, who I think has been a pivot so far. Amazing apex jump
and a
there.
Beautiful apex jump.
That's Louise Jensen.
Yes.
Lovely work on there.
In the meantime, the Wet City Jammer manages to get through with a star staff of their own. Was there another apex?
That was another apex, and
but also Wet City Jammer through.
yeah, 4 points.
Luleå Jammer attempting to speed egg their way through on the curve,
Yeah.
but does get hit out by the Wet City.
And again,
Was that an apex on the street?
Wow.
Okay.
Love it.
They have some fast legs and jumping ones.
Yeah. Amazing. And again, Drew, picking up another 4 points, 1010.
And now Wet City has once again completed a star pass, giving the hat to their pivot 1-5, Hannah
Yes.
Harthand.
Now Luleå calls off the jam, picking up a whopping 16 points?
16 points.
Yeah, that was
I think
amazing.
that is the highest scoring.
no, 20 points.
Is
that's
it? Oh,
that's
okay.
definitely their highest scoring jam. Lovely. And now we're entering into intermission.
Yes, score currently 47-109 for Luleå.
Yes, and we will be back after 40 minutes and 32 seconds exactly.
Or maybe even a little bit before that.
Yeah, maybe
for us at least.
a little bit before that. Yes, amazing. Exciting game.
Most definitely.
Yes. See you after intermission. And we are back here in Pasila, Helsinki. We have 20 seconds till the second half starts. We are hearing the teams getting ready. I love it. First Luleå, then Vet City, both teams cheering. Everyone is so ready.
Yes, and interestingly, from the first half, I went to ask some questions from the penalty box officials. There was some traffic there, but surprisingly more from the Luleå side. Luleå has gotten 13 penalties so far, with all except one player having penalties.
Oh, that's
on the team.
even.
Very. And then, interestingly also, on the Wet City side, only three players have penalties. It's a bit funny mismatch, I think.
Yeah.
But here we have the first jam of the second half.
Yes, we have number 54 Obsessi jamming for Luleå.
And for Wet City, Hussy Galore, number 8.
Yes, we saw both of the jammers on the first half.
And we have lead for Wet City and Hussy Galore. An explosive start to the half and to the jam.
Now the Luleå jammer is also out of the back.
Yes, and Hussy coming in to score some points for their team. Looking back at the opposing jammer. And calling the jam as per the suggestion from the bench.
Yes, yes, and also both teams getting 2 points. No? 3 points for Vet City and 2 points for Luleå.
So Wet City coming out on top in that one, just barely.
Yeah. The score is 50 for Vet City and 111 for Luleå.
Number 1-2 Mean Machine really taking a fast start, but unfortunately getting stuck in the pack.
Yes, and Luleå gets the lead. Jamming is a so serious number 004.
Yes, and Wet City have completed another quick star pass. Their pivot coming in for points.
Yes, and forcing so serious to call off the jam.
Yes, and of course the former pivot coming in for points. Because pivots do not score otherwise.
Yeah. So Luleå picked 3 points. And we have lining up for Luleå, we have number 5 for Obsessi jamming.
And for Wet City, I think it's 5-9 Lucid Lucy.
We saw both of the jammers on the first half. Seems like Luleå is still playing on 2 rotation for the jammers. So far, we're now on jam number 3 for the second half.
Yes. Both jammers fighting in the curve. Maybe now, exactly, Wet City breaking through, getting lead. Lucid Lucy.
Yes, we saw again really great one-on-one blocking from Louis Strenson. Unfortunately, this time jammer getting through. Well, fortunately for the jammer. Yes. They also made a really great last jam as a jammer for Luleå.
Yes. And now as the pack breaks, the Wet City blockers have to let the Luleå jammer through.
Yes.
But clean 4 points for Wet City and the call off of the jam.
Yes. Leaving Luleå without any points.
Is it just me, or is this like second half really explosively start, or like the start has been really explosive, or am I just waking up a little bit slow?
I don't know.
To me, it feels like both teams are like really putting in the extra.
Yeah, but that's what you do. So it's the first half, the teams are quite getting to know each other, and then the second half, making some changes in how they play. So it might be that too.
But Luleå, Old Faithful taking the lead.
Yes, so serious fighting in the back to score points. Wet City Jammer just behind the back.
Yes, and as the Quacken approaching the pack, Luleå Jammer calls the jam.
Yes. We saw these quick around 4-ish point jams. Now it was 3 points to Luleå in the first half too. Great calls for both teams and really great, I think, quick leads now so far when we approach a jam number 5.
And for Wet City, number 8, Hussy Galore, fighting in the back of the pack, getting some assistance from their blocker friend.
And Luleå Jammer Obsessive 5-4 picking the lead. I saw some really nice skating on the front of the pack when they made their initial pass.
And Hussy half a lap behind. But as they come to the pack, the jam is called.
Yes.
Once again, 1 point for both teams, actually,
Yes.
in that jam.
Really low scoring jams so far in this half. We didn't see that many high scoring jams, I think 5 or so on the first
handful,
half, but they
yeah.
were definitely the ones that made
All the
lead
difference.
yes, the difference for in the scoring, but otherwise it has been quite even.
I think the Luleå Jammer did some magic tricks on the inside line. And now, unfortunately, there has been a star pass violation, I think,
Yes. Which
for the Wet City.
Yes.
Although now also the star pass completed.
to the pivot.
Yes. But unfortunately, I think the Jammer handed off the star to the wrong player, maybe.
Yes. And that sent that blocker who took the star to the box. Meanwhile, 004, so serious from Luleå, skating around,
Yes.
everyone making points.
But now being chased by the number 55 from Wet City, wearing the Jammer cover
Yes.
at the moment.
And Luleå calling off the jam.
As you do. The penalty box clears out at the
Yes.
end of the jam, so we will have all the players back on the track.
Yeah, and just when I said low-scoring jams, we have now Luleå scoring 12 points in this jam. So we open the high-scoring jams for this half too.
Yes.
We are approaching this jam number 7, which started now.
And we have lead for Wet City.
Yes,
number
very
5-9.
quick lead. Very quick lead, but Obsessive from Luleå is right behind, or not right behind, like a half track behind.
Yeah.
Oh, a big hit and a call.
Yes, the
For
Wet
Wet City
City,
Jammer.
Wet City Jammer takes a big spill on the inside line, but
Yes.
hopefully they're okay. They are getting back on their feet.
Yeah, and smiling.
But I do think they might take a trip to the
Medics, yes.
yes, just to check up. And we will have a bit of a timeout.
Official timeout.
Yes.
Yes. Both of the teams lining up. We have for Luleå, we have number 004. So serious as a jammer.
And I think during this official timeout, we could thank our coffee sponsors who keep this
Absolutely.
tournament also going, since we have received some fuel for our day from Kahima Roastery, as well as Arvid Nordqvist,
Yes.
that have provided us many packets of caffeine
Yes.
to keep the tournament day running.
I don't personally drink coffee, but I got some feedback that the coffee is great.
I got some of the lovely Kahiva roastery one, and it was excellent. And I think I will go back for seconds.
Yes.
Now, on the line, or behind the line, number 07, the Quacken.
And so serious. The jamming for Luleå.
Exactly. Jam timer whistles the jam to start, and everybody just stands around for a moment.
Yes.
Waiting to see until the Luleå jammer opens the game, except now heading to the box.
Yes. I think this is the first jammer penalty for Luleå. We saw one
on this half.
On this half. Oh yes, they had one on the last half too. I remembered wrong. I thought it was Wet City, but yeah, Wet City hasn't gotten any jammer penalties. Yes. Overall, they have gotten less penalties, as you said. I think that's 7 in total in the first half. Now they have 2 blockers on the box, so that number definitely has changed.
Yeah. So player advantage in numbers for Luleå, and now also their jammer joining the track once again. But for a moment, the two heroic Wet City blockers doing great offense for their jammer and managing to secure 7 points.
Yes,
for
amazing.
Wet City.
The score is now 64 for Wet City and 130 for Luleå when we go for an official timeout. We have 20 minutes left in the period clock, and the next jam will be jam number 9. Lining up for Luleå, we have 5 for Obsessi.
And for Wet City, number 8, Hösi Galore.
Yes, as jammers. We have seen both in the jamming in the last half.
Yes, I think Wet City is running a 4 jammer rotation.
Yes, and Luleå is doing an amazing 2 jammer rotation.
Which is some tough jamming. Referees returning back to their positions.
Yes,
so I think we are about to get going.
Yes. You hear the whistle. And jam number 9 has started.
Yeah, the jammer is choosing opposing lines. Hösi on the inside.
And beautiful skating from number 5-4, just skating around the Wet City blockers, taking the lead for Luleå.
And as the Luleå jammer comes in for points, Hösi is still being recycled to the back of the back, and have now also removed their helmet cover. And now through on their initial on the outside line with some of the help of their teammates.
Yes, Luleå has sent 2 blockers on the penalty box. So they only have 2 blockers on the track, while Wet City has 4.
And now we have some scoring rounds happening. I think Luleå is wanting to empty, or as I go to say it, maybe that's not the case actually.
Yeah, Luleå's jammer listened to their bench and called off the jam.
Yes, and I do think Luleå managed to snatch 2 scoring rounds,
yes,
complete,
8 points,
and 4 for Wet City in the previous one.
Yes.
Yes. Team timeout for the Wet City team.
Yes.
Which is what I was kind of expecting, since
yes.
none of them were lining up.
And we have score 68 for Wet City and 138 for Luleå.
Yes. So also interestingly, in the first half, even with the point difference being what it was at the end of the period, and Luleå being further in the lead points-wise. Surprisingly, the difference between leads in the jams was not that big. Luleå had 14 leads in the first half and Wet City had 10.
Interesting.
But I do think we had a couple of these jams where one of the teams, they got the lead and then the other jammer managed to overtake them on the when they were on the going for the scoring round, the first one. So maybe that's also showing in the statistics and the points.
Yes.
But surprisingly, even given the
Yes, we have
points
now
difference.
number 004, so serious, aligning for Luleå as a jammer.
And for the Wet City, their captain, 1-2 Mean Machine.
Who has been smiling to us. Now they're just concentrating, which is understandable.
Yeah, 1-2 Mean Machine pushing hard at the front, trying to break through. Wet City.
Luleå picks up a jammer penalty for so serious.
So now it's a power jam opportunity for Wet City.
Yes. Both teams have all of the blockers on the track.
Yeah, bit of a, I guess, people spilling out of the track and then returning since there was for a moment only two Luleå blockers, I think, standing in the way of Mean Machine. The pack is skating forward as Mean Machine is trying to almost gets through, but unfortunately gets hit onto the inside.
Yes. We still have no lead.
Yes. Luleå manages to have this additional great penalty kill or power kill that they had in the in the first half as well, continuing in that same vein.
Yes. Now we have so serious back on the track fighting the Wet City wall.
And Wet City defending with 4 players at the moment, with Mean Machine at the back, but no lead.
And now we are going to run a 2-minute jam. Well, there is only 20 minutes on the jam clock when the Wet City makes a start pass.
Yes. So now jamming number 5-5. Sick dagger.
Yes. And the jam ends with, I think, 4 points for both of the teams.
What a lot of work.
A lot of work in one jam.
Sometimes it's derby like that. You do all you can and then you score 1 point.
Yes. Sometimes the 1 point can make all the difference, so
That's
the work
true.
is worth it.
That is true.
We have jamming for Luleå number 5-4, Obsessi.
And Wet City 5-9, Lucid Lucy.
Obsessi currently on the front of the back. Getting the lead now.
Yes, and Lucid Lucy fighting, almost making it out, but getting held back and also hit out and recycled by the Luleå blockers.
Yes. Obsessi trying to get through the back on their first scoring pass. And picks up the 4 points.
Yes, I think it was Wet City number 3, Virginia Wolf, doing some last line of defense blocking at the front of the pack.
That was great. And now really great work for Obsessi on their second scoring pass.
Yes, we had number 2-1 as Guardian arriving to the pack to play some offense for Lucid Lucy, which was effective as Lucy makes it through.
Yes.
But Luleå will call the jam once
Yes.
Lucy approaches the pack.
Luleå picked up 10 points and Wet City picked up 1 point.
points, currently 73-152 for Luleå.
Yes. The score difference has been quite the same this half, if I'm correct.
Yes, Luleå, they like this having lead position, I
Yes,
think.
yes.
And they have managed to grow it even further.
Yes. But Wet City's not making it that easy.
No.
So we have jamming for Luleå. We have So Serious, number 004, who is now fighting the Wet City blockers, who are doing beautiful defense, and So Serious is out of the back, getting the lead.
And the Kraken has handed off the star off to their pivot, number 55, I think, Sick Dagger, who unfortunately gets hit out to the outside, but now finally makes it through on their initial.
And So Serious starting their second scoring pass and calling off the jam just when the Wet City jammer entered the back.
The classic.
The classic.
That is how we play derby.
Yes. We have number 54 lining up as a jammer for Luleå. Obsessi.
Once again, 2 Luleå blockers sitting in the box.
Yes.
But, you know, it hasn't stopped them before.
Yes, I think they have done beautiful, beautiful defense with very few blockers.
Yes.
I
And
love
even
to see
now,
that.
even now, lead going through to Luleå.
Obsessi. But Wet City jammer number 8, I think that's
Hesi galore.
Yes. Right behind them.
Yeah. I wonder if Luleå is now playing to empty the box at least a little bit, since
Seems
the call
like
off
it.
didn't come as Hösi
Yes.
arrived to the pack. And now Hösi on the outside line. So close.
So close.
Always so close.
Always so close.
Luleå blockers doing such a good job on blocking one-on-one, but Hösi makes it through.
Yes.
Makes it through the pack. And as Hösi approaches for second scoring round.
Or first. Now we have timeout for the black team.
Yes.
Yes, that was 4 points. Yes,
That's what I was
for
also
Luleå.
like. 4-4.
So 4-4, yeah.
From the previous jam.
Yes, we have the score is 7-7 to 164.
Luleå taking their second
timeout, yes.
Yes, I think the other one, or the third one, was the official review that they used as a timeout in the second half, first half.
First half, yeah, towards the end of the first half.
I feel like the penalty situation is continuing a little bit in the similar manner that in the previous half. That it seems that Luleå blockers are maybe picking up a little bit more penalties, but it's not necessarily holding them back too much. Like said, even in the jam of having only 2 blockers, they managed to get lead.
Yes.
And hold the opposing jammer back.
Yes.
Great work from Luleå blockers.
Yes.
As well as Wet City blockers, but those kind of situations definitely are not easy. Being 4 against 2.
And Luleå is definitely very strong on those situations, as we have seen in this game so far. We have jamming for Luleå number 004, So Serious, who is now at the end of the back of the back.
And for Wet City, 1-2 Mean Machine, getting some help from their pivot and also the lead.
Yes.
And now the pivot, I do think it's 5-5, Sick Dagger. No, it's 1-5, is it?
Yes, one Digma was
1-5.
We have seen
Hannah Hardhand this time.
Yes, we have seen a great defense from them.
Yes, great defense and also I think great pivot play
Yes.
as well.
Yes, I think we have seen a really strong pivots from Vet City, which is always lovely to see. Vet City manages to get 4 points and leaves Luleå to 0. We have 11 minutes in the period clock, 11 minutes left in this game, and we are approaching jam number 15.
For Wet City 5-9, Lucid Lucy on the inside line, taking the lead.
Yay! And we have jamming for Luleå Obsessi, number 5-4.
Who has taken off their helmet cover.
Yes. And made a star pass to their pivot, who is number 126, Drakela.
And unfortunately, yes, Lucid Lucy goes for a little bit of an inside hop in the curve. They cut track at the same time, so we will play this jam for 2 minutes.
Yes, and we just saw a beautiful skating on the inside line from Drakela, who has now become the Luleå jammer.
I do think this is the first time they are jamming in this game since.
I think yes.
Yeah,
we haven't
Luleå
seen
hasn't made too many star passes.
Yes, absolutely.
But strong jamming.
Yes,
strong.
Really strong jamming and really strong blocking. We have seen a great recycling from number 126 in this game too.
And now approaching on the inside was the Luleå jammer, but also we have Wet City jammer returning to the track.
Yes,
and taking a spill.
Luleå definitely made the most out of their power jam.
Yes, but now it is both jammers scoring.
We have 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left in the jam clock. That would be horrible situation for everyone. But we have that was 15 seconds. Now we have 6 seconds left in the jam clock.
Lucy making it through for points. Imagine having endurance derby 15-minute jam.
That would be interesting.
That would be quite wild. Luleå taking
timeout.
Yes, their last timeout they have available.
Yes.
Now, but also, I do think its points went 4-10 for Luleå.
Yes.
In the previous jam.
Really strong pivots for Luleå. We saw one of their pivots jamming in the first half and in the last jam.
In the last jam, yeah.
And I think they made 16, 18 points, if
and
I
5
remember.
million apex jumps.
Yeah, 5 million apex
Beautiful
jumps.
ones
yes.
at that.
Yes.
Very clean ones.
Really nice. That was really, really great derby. Like
Absolutely.
this whole game, but that was really surprising element as Luleå has had 2 jammer rotation.
Mm-hmm. I think from the previous jam, having the Luleå pivot jamming very strong, but then also Vet City being able to hold back the jammer.
Yes.
Once they were able to set up their defenses.
Yes.
Which is also often the key.
Yes.
When it comes to defensive play.
We are approaching jam number 16. We have lining up as a jammer for Luleå, So Serious, who's number 004.
And then with So Serious, we have the Kraken, returning to the track.
Yes. Both of the jammers fighting their way out of the pack.
Quite of a pack pile in the inner side of the track at the start. Now a little bit more movement. Luleå blocker attempts to play some offense, and their jammer.
Yes, we have lead going to Luleå, number 004. So Serious.
And at the same time, Quacken has taken off the helmet cover and passed it to their pivot.
Who is fighting against Luleå blockers and made it through. with amazing juggling or, I don't know, skating. I cannot do that. That was amazing.
And number 5-5, Sick Dacker, I think stealing a couple of points for Wet City. Exactly, 2 points with a nice move of wrapping your hips around the blockers when you just want to get those couple of points as quickly as you can.
Really strong pivots in both of the teams. Love it. Love the pivots. Who doesn't love the pivots?
Absolutely.
So jam number 17 starting. We have a jamming for Luleå, number 5-4, Obsessi, who gets the lead.
And number 8, Hesi Galore, in the pack has taken off the helmet cover. Obsessi dukes it out, speed skating through the pack. And Hesi has made it through with a star stash.
Yes, Obsessi just looked at introductions from their bench. When to call, they've run the clock a little, which is wise at this point of the game when we have 6 minutes and around 40 seconds left in the period clock. And in the game in total. Unfortunately, we are not having a third half.
That's the other one. You have 15-minute jams and then you play 3 halves.
Yes. I think we are inventing new rules. I think that's amazing.
I mean, you can go and play that version of roller derby. I'm not sure.
You know, I have skated like 3 times.
Exactly. We have an official timeout at the moment, confirming something at the scoreboard.
Yes.
Currently, Luleå in the lead, 180 points to Wet City's 87. Almost a 100-point difference.
Almost. That's like 73-point difference. No.
93.
93. Math and me, not a match.
No, can I count?
Do your counting is while I tell you who are jamming. So Luleå has number 004, so serious. But the lead goes to Vet City. I think that's the Mean Machine.
Yes. Mean Machine, speeding it on the track.
Did you manage to count the difference?
I was trying. Then I stopped.
Yeah. Wet City jammer calling off the jam, leaving Luleå without any points.
I think Wet City scoring 3 points.
Yes, we have 5 minutes and 50 seconds left in this game.
Now it's easy. Now it's 110 points difference.
Oh, yes, true. True. No, it's 90 points.
Yeah, correct. Why am I trying to math at this time?
I don't know, but we have number 5-4 Obsessi jamming for Luleå and getting the lead.
At the same time, Quacken at the back of the pack has taken off their helmet cover, scheming with their pivot.
Really nice sneaky star pass, but the Luleå blockers were well aware that that was happening. Number 1010 recycling the Wet City pivot. We have seen great defense and also great jamming from them in this game.
Unfortunately, also 1010 heading to the box.
Yes.
Well, we have number 21 Asgardian with the star in their hand.
Yes,
trying to make their way through.
And yes, Obsessi is scoring points for Luleå, picking up 4 points.
And now on the outside, Asgardian making their way through
the pack. Yes.
Some beautiful juking and footwork from Obsessi on the outside.
Yes, Obsessi calling off the jam, picking up full 4 points from their last scoring pass. Yes. So that was 8-0 to Luleå in
Yes.
that jam.
Yes, I was trying to count previously that when the point difference was 90 points, but I was thinking that Luleå was having 190. And
Yeah, that's okay.
I can't.
It's Saturday morning.
I cannot.
Yeah, so we are starting the jam number 20. We have 004 So Serious jamming for Luleå, and for Vet City we
Hussy
have...
Galore.
Yes.
I do think it's maybe one of my favorite new names.
Yes.
It's very nice to say. And Hussy taking the lead.
Amazing.
Wet City, the pack is very tight at the curve. Now spreading a little bit as Hussy approaches. Luleå blockers at the back, and Hussy on the inside line, tiptoeing their way through. Now being chased by 004.
Yes, So Serious did a little star stash, but managed to get through.
And Hussy calls off the jam
Yes.
as instructed.
Getting 4 points, I think.
I also think.
Yeah, leaving Luleå to 0.
Yes. Wet City managing to win these jams on the second half, getting these clean 4-0 jam victories.
Yes. We are starting jam number 21. We have jamming for Luleå Obsessi, who is now on the front, fighting Wet City blockers and taking the lead.
And from Wet City, number 1-2, Mean Machine, getting pushed around as we do. Still on their initial, as the pack slows down. Both
Yes.
walls just holding back the jammers.
Yes, strong defense from both of the teams. We have one Luleå blocker in the box, and now we have one Wet City blocker entering the box.
Yes, Wet City number 3 attempting to make some offense for the jammer, but unfortunately does something illegal in the process. So Virginia Woolf in the box.
Sometimes you do something illegal while blocking or jamming. That's okay.
I would never.
Yeah, you would never.
I would never.
Let's never talk about the Berlin game.
Let's not.
Let's not. But let's talk about this game where number 5-4 Obsessi is on their second scoring pass
And
making yeah.
Yes, and Wet City has completed a star pass, but unfortunately, the pivot now jammer getting the jammer treatment,
Yes.
aka being stuck in the pack.
Obsessi going for their third scoring pass, already having picked up 8 points, now hungry for more. And I think we have a star pass in Wet City. Did you just say that?
Yes,
I think
and
you
now,
did.
now we have number 2-1 as Guardian out of the pack with the star in their hand and putting it on top of their pivot cover.
And the jam ends. We have 20 seconds in the...
And Wet City are taking a timeout.
Yes, so we play one more jam?
Yes, that is what I think will happen
Yeah,
next.
that's going to be jam number 22.
Yes.
Score difference is a 94 for Wet City and 200 for Luleå.
Another big scoring jam in
Yes.
the previous one for Luleå.
Yeah, 12 points for Obsessi.
Yes, I do find that exactly even 200 points to be very satisfying,
Yes,
actually.
absolutely.
If we could have it like 100 to 200, that
Oh.
would be
Perfect, perfect.
just a wish from the...
Yes, understandable.
I mean,
Well, we'll see what happens next.
just a couple of more seconds until we get going,
Yes.
I think.
We have number 54 jamming for Luleå. There was some switching of blockers, so I was Just waiting if the jammer changes, you never know.
Yes, and Wet City putting in number 8, Hussy Galore.
Yes.
Last jam of the game.
Everybody is so ready for this. Exciting. Now jam number 22 starts.
Explosively.
Yes.
This is especially from the Luleå side of how do these jammers still have the energy after jamming every other jam this game.
Yes, that's amazing. And Obsessi taking a lead again.
Again.
I think I have said that so many times in this game.
I was going to say at some point, like, this is starting to feel familiar.
Yes, and look at that lovely work.
Excellent jamming.
Skating, getting 4 points.
Yes, and now there's been a star pass on the Wet City side. We have number 15, Hannah Hardhand. Now jamming for Wet City.
Yes. Obsessi scoring points. Lap by lap.
Almost making it through without hitting anybody.
Yes.
But Wet City blocker, I do wonder if it's number 3.
There was some offense from number 004, So Serious, who has been jamming for Wet City.
And we have the call off for the last jam.
Yes. We have an unofficial score.
And Luleå ends the game by scoring another, I think that big 12 points.
Yes.
And 4 for Wet City as well. That's the rolling whistle. The end of the game.
Yes.
And even though the score is still unofficial, I think it's safe to say that Luleå has taken the victory in this one.
Yes.
After some tough contending against the Wet City players.
Yes.
And we will have the victory lap.
Lovely.
And high fives for everybody.
I'm seeing a lot of smiles, and I bet all the players had a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Love
Luleå
this
playing
game.
a really tough game with their nine-player roster.
Yes.
Really amazing result.
Exciting. And now we have the final score, which is Wet City scored 98 points, and Luleå took the victory by 212 points.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Can't wait for the next game, which we have coming up.
Exactly. Next game we will have starting at 20 past 12, so in 40 minutes or so, in which we will have our Helsinki roller derby C-Kasetti.
Yes.
Again, playing against
Luleå. Yeah, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, after this performance, I am definitely looking forward to seeing how our Kassus are going to fare against Luleå.
Absolutely.
And then, because, we want to have all the fun, then later on, then we will also have the Bergen versus HRD Kassut, or C-Kasetti.
Yeah. Bergen meaning Wet City.
Exactly.
Yes.
At 14, 22-3. That's the one. That's what I want.
Yeah, great. You're doing so great. So you will hear about us a little bit before the next game starts.
Yes.
Yeah, we will be entertaining you, or we will be just telling you when the players are playing.
Yes. And now, as we have the players from the first game lining up for a picture, I think it's a good time for us to sign off.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And please join us 12:20 to see C-Kasetti playing against Luleå.
In 40 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are approaching the second game of today. We had one game behind us, which was won by Luleå against Vet City Rollers, and now we have, in 2 minutes, we have Helsinki Roller Derby C-Kasetti playing against Luleå. I am Kola, and I'm here with my glorious partner,
Riina.
Amazing. I think we should go through the rosters quickly. I can start with C-Kasetti. We have 007 Bond, 09 Dynamite, 111 Daria, 258 Berglund, 360 Karma, 45 Morso, 55 Kylmäkoski, 63 Pirkko, 65 Kiiski, 66 Kaljakaisa, 800 Catastrophe, 434 Sonia, 872 Slenko, and on the bench we have Makke, Aave, and Pirita.
And for the Luleå roster for today, we have 004 So Serious, 0101 Louise Johnson, 126 Drakela, 168 Butcher Bay, 63 Legendifier, 54 Obsessi, 9 Tasmanian D, 95 Mikila, and 999 Tuka Jenga. And on the bench, Frida Lundberg for Luleå.
Amazing. So we have 8 seconds till the game starts.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Me too. Especially excited since Luleå is now playing their second game with their 9-player roster, already having one win under their belt, and now we will see how this next one unfolds.
Yes. We have lining up for Helsinki, we have 872 Slenko as a jammer.
And for Luleå, 004 So Serious.
Yes, and we saw So Serious jamming every second jam in the last game, which was quite amazing. But now we have started this game, and the back is full.
Yes.
Jammers.
Both jammers trying to break up the blocker
Slenko
formations.
Yes, and Slenko is through the back, getting the first lead of the game to C-Kasetti.
Luleå jammer almost makes it through, but just gets hit out by 09 Dynamite from Helsinki in the curve.
And we have Slenko out of the pack picking 4 points, but just behind it we have Luleå's jammer So Serious.
Yes. Both of them approaching the pack.
Yes, very moving back, indeed.
Yes. The pack runs away from the jammers, but once Slenko catches up, they will get their quick point and then call off the jam.
So Helsinki got 5 points and
one for Luleå.
Yes.
Both teams opening their scoreboard in the first jam.
Yes, amazing. And we have now 2-6 from Helsinki as a jammer.
And then 5-4 Obsessi lining up for Luleå.
That's Blanco for Helsinki.
The outside line is open for Obsessi to take lead, which they will do. And now Luleå players doing beautiful offense on the opening the inside line for the jammer. And the game gets called, or the jam gets called as
Helsinki jammer was approaching the back.
Yes.
Yes. Amazing.
4 points for Luleå, bringing the score to 5-5.
And we have now 1-1-1 Daria as a jammer for Helsinki.
And it seems that Luleå is continuing with the two jammer rotation. So 004 so serious on the inside, trying to make their way past Bond.
Really tight back and aggressive blocking from both of the teams. Great defense.
Yeah, very tight pack, a little bit of a jumble in the curve. But Luleå makes it out, so serious with the lead.
Yes.
We have so serious approaching the pack while Daria is still attempting to make their way through.
Yes, and there has been a star pass for Helsinki to the number 6-3 Pirkko, who is now putting the star on the helmet, but the jam gets called and leaves Helsinki without any points.
So serious calls the jam as Bond closes the inside line, taking so serious out and forcing the call off.
Yes. And the score is now 5 for C-Kasetti and 10 for Luleå. And now we have 8-7-2 Slenko lining up as a jammer for Helsinki.
And on the Luleå side, we have so-called the other jammer of their line as Obsessi 5-4.
And there we have a lead for Luleå, but we have Slenko right behind them. There was a little
bit of a confusion.
Yes, if there was a penalty or not. There was no penalty.
Luleå taking 4 points on the pass. And calling jam as one of the Helsinki blockers is assigned a penalty, a forearm, I think.
Yes, so that was a 4-0 jam, and Luleå picks up points, leaving Helsinki without any points. And we have official timeout.
Yes, referees discussing amongst themselves.
Yes.
And having one of the referees heading to the Helsinki bench to take the
jammer to the box.
Helsinki jammer to the box. So this will be a power start opportunity for Luleå.
Yes.
Also one of the Helsinki blockers in the box as well.
Yes.
So only 3 Helsinki blockers.
Luleå has all the blockers on the track.
Yes.
But now we have a different jammer.
I was just going to say, because I saw so serious on the blocker position, or in the blocker position. So we have 1-0-1-0 from the Luleå side jamming for this power jam.
Yes, and in the last game we saw them do like 200 apex jumps while jamming. Let's hope they do 200 more just to entertain us more.
Yes. Getting a quick lead on the inside line, and then coming now for the second scoring. Beautiful skating, jukes it out.
Yes, with one leg.
Exactly.
Now we have both teams at full strength. Helsinki jammer fighting for their initial pass.
And now instead we have the Luleå jammer heading to the box.
Oh, little jammer switcheroo. One Helsinki blocker heading to the box too.
Exactly.
Interesting.
But now the times has turned. There's a possibility for Helsinki to do some scoring, and we will also have a 2-minute jam because of the jammer switcheroos, as lead was on Luleå's hand.
Yes, and there Slenko picks up points for Helsinki.
Yes.
And this jam will be at full time, 2 minutes, because both of the jammers were in the penalty box. And there we have an apex jump. Beautiful.
And unfortunately, Once again, Slenko heads to the box, so we have another, I think it's the third jammer penalty for this.
Yes.
For this jam.
For this jam and the game. Well, I mean, you can also play that one jammer at a time is on the track.
Yes.
Yes.
The jam comes to its natural conclusion as there was no point scored for Luleå in the last run. I think not quite being able to make it to the pack as Helsinki blockers run to the front.
Yeah, I think that was 16 points for Luleå and 6 for Helsinki. We have 11 to 30. That was a quick lead for Luleå.
Now a little bit of confusion once again. One of the Helsinki blockers did not make it in front of the jammer line before the jam started, so they will have to. Beautiful offense from Helsinki side once again.
And a Slenko from the box to their initial pass, and now approaching their scoring pass.
Yes. Luleå jammer 5-4 manages to avoid the hit out on the outside, scores the points cause of the jam.
Yes.
After 2 scoring rounds. So points currently 38 Luleå, 11 Helsinki.
Yes. And now there is an official timeout. I think that's concerning the fact that there was one player from Helsinki who didn't make it to the jam line before.
I think they're sitting their penalty in the box already.
Right.
They got the.
Yeah, maybe there was some confusion or no.
Serving their due time.
Everything is fine. We're good. And we have jamming for Helsinki 2-6 Blanco.
And for our Luleå 004, so serious.
Both of the teams doing really lovely defense. And 2-6 Blanco makes it out first and takes the lead to Helsinki.
And we have the Luleå jammer half a lap or so behind, trying to catch up to the pack.
Nice with a 1. And that was a call for Helsinki. Jam ended.
So 1 point for Luleå
and
from the jam. No, 2 points for Luleå actually.
And 3 for Helsinki.
So Helsinki taking the victory in that one. But
Yes.
Luleå still managing to snatch 2 points at the back of the pack.
And Helsinki is getting a timeout.
Yes, I think it's probably a good idea. There's been a little bit of penalty trouble for Helsinki at the start here.
A little
bit of confusion. So now it's a good time to take a moment, take a breather.
Yeah, adjust if there is anything to adjust, or just take a breather, as you said.
Exactly.
The score is 14 to 40. Luleå on the lead currently.
Exactly.
It's a 26-point difference. Anything could still happen.
Exactly.
Or do you disagree with my math this time?
This is exactly.
Do you dare to disagree?
I would not.
So we have a 1-1-1 Daria at the jam line for Helsinki.
And for Luleå 5-4 Obsessi.
Yes. Players are ready.
Helsinki lining up on the back.
Yeah. Skating officials getting their positions, and we are approaching jam number 8. 21 minutes in the clock.
Jam number 7.
Left in the clock. Number 8. Number 8. This is the number 8 jam.
It is.
And both of the jammers fighting their way out of the back. There was some nice recycling from Helsinki team, but
Obsessi makes it through on the inside.
yes.
Managing to find space.
Daria half a lap behind them, or a little bit more than a half a lap behind them.
Obsessi finds the space on the outside line, scores the 4 points, and calls off the jam. Nice and clean.
Yes, nice and clean. Classic 4-0 jam. Luleå getting 4 additional points. We have 8-7-2 Slenko lining up as a jammer for Helsinki.
And going against Slenko is the 004, so serious.
Yes.
So serious finding the outside line on the toe stops for the lead.
There is, both of the jammers are in the back.
And so serious finding the inside line once again. Just the skates width, I think.
Yes, and Slenko getting out of the back for their initial pass. Now approaching a scoring pass. Meanwhile, so serious calls off the jam, picking up 6 points for Luleå, leaving Helsinki without any points.
Yes. Quick scoring round, then a couple more.
Yes.
And the quick call off.
We have number 2-6 from Helsinki lining up as a jammer.
And Obsessi coming to face them on the line.
Yes.
Obsessi fighting at the back of the pack.
And Blanco 2-6 fighting in the front and taking the lead. Obsessi right behind them.
Quickly trying to catch up to Helsinki
up.
jammer.
And Helsinki jammer 2-6 Blanco calling off the jam.
And unfortunately also getting a penalty
Yes.
right at the end of the jam.
I think Helsinki got 3 points and Luleå got 2.
Yes. So Helsinki will be starting this jam as well with a player disadvantage, having 1 less blocker and also no jammer.
Yeah, and Luleå is having a power jam. In the last game, Luleå definitely made most out of their power jam moments, and also whenever they were the one without the power jam.
Yes. Now we have So Serious has completed the initial, and now for the scoring round manages to make quick work of Helsinki blockers.
Yes.
And comes around for another one.
Now we have all Helsinki players on the track. Jammer 2-6 Blanco entering the pack.
So Serious getting a little bit of offensive help from their blocker player 1-6.
Yes. There are some penalties being called off to both of the teams. And now Helsinki jammer 2-6 Blanco making it out of the back.
Yes, So Serious in the scoring round gets offensive help from their pivot, takes the points, calls off the jam.
Yes.
10 points in total for Luleå in the previous jam.
And Helsinki is 0.
Score 63-16.
Yes, Luleå on the lead. We have now 1-1-1 Daria lining up as a jammer for Helsinki.
And both teams having only 3 blockers on the track.
Yes. Nice and even.
Yes.
We have some beautiful offense from 258 from the Helsinki team for Daria, but
The lead goes to Luleå's Obsessi 5-4.
yes. Helsinki has made a really quick and nice star pass. Now player number 5, Kylmäkoski puts on the jammer hat, but
Obsessi takes the points on the outside line, calls a jam.
Yes.
And now a timeout for the Luleå team.
Yes.
I think in the previous game as well, they played their timeouts quite smartly because they are skating with a short roster. It makes sense to take all the timeouts that you can to gather your strength.
Yes, absolutely. I think we have reached the half point of the first half. 50-minute mark.
Exactly.
The next jam will be jam number 13.
Yes. Currently, we do have a So Serious 004 from the Luleå team lining up as the jammer.
And from Helsinki, we have 872 Slenko as a jammer. Both of the teams look ready for next jam.
Exactly. And there we have the whistle for the jam start, or not the jam start, but for the 30 seconds before the actual starting whistle.
Yes. Both of the teams lining up in their positions. 5 seconds till we start. And now we go. Both of the jammers fighting for the lead. And the lead goes to Helsinki to number 872 Slenko. That was quick and beautiful lead.
And Luleå has completed a star pass in the first curve.
Yes, I didn't even see that. I thought
A quick
the pivot
one.
was chasing the Helsinki jammer, but yes.
Yes.
Helsinki picks up 4 points and apparently leaves Luleå without any points. So 4-0 jam, this time to Helsinki. Score difference, we have Helsinki with 20 points and Luleå with 67 points. That's 47-point difference.
Once again, Luleå having 4 blockers against Helsinki's 3. And the Luleå jammer, Obsessi, manages to take the lead, manages to stay inside on the
with one
outside
leg.
line.
And there we have Helsinki jammer fighting against Luleå's blocker 1-0-1-0, I think. They showed some beautiful 101 blocking in the last game and showing it again for us today.
And Obsessi comes and gets a beautiful 4-point pass on the outside lane. And now for a second scoring pass attempt.
And we have 2-6 Blanco out of the back for their initial pass. Now going for points. But Luleå quickly calls off the jam.
Yes. I think scoring some additional points.
We'll see. 2.
Yes. The
6 points in total.
judges deliberate.
Yes. 7 points in total.
Okay, 3 points on the
3
last one.
points. Yeah, it's really hard to see the difference between 3 and 2 from here.
Exactly, for sure.
Yeah. So we have number 111 Daria jamming for Helsinki.
But the lead goes to So Serious for Luleå.
Helsinki did a little star stash, but 111 Daria is now out of the pack in their initial pass.
And Helsinki trying to defend their points. But I do think Luleå manages to get two more.
2 more, yes.
3 more.
3.
Once
Again.
Once again. 3 more points
3 more points.
for Luleå. And Luleå is taking
Official review as a timeout.
Yes. Like I said, I think they have a plan. They've
It seems like,
agreed upon beforehand for how they want to have their timeouts, and it seems to be working for them.
And I think that's really smart if you don't have a moment where you absolutely need a timeout in the game. I think it's a smart decision to have a plan for the timeouts. Because you want to use them. They are given to you for free. Why not to use them?
Yeah, especially since they have a short roster.
Yeah.
I think it makes the most sense.
Yes. 12 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. And next jam will be jam number 16.
And as the whistle goes, Helsinki blockers having a little bit of a...
We have number 6-5 Kiiski from Helsinki lining up as a jammer. We haven't seen them in the jam in this game.
And for Luleå, 5-4, Obsessi.
We have seen them jam
many times.
Yes.
In this game and the previous one. And
yes.
Taking lead on the outside.
Helsinki jammer gets recycled by a Luleå blocker.
And now we have Luleå jammer approaching the pack, juking a little bit from the inside to the outside. There is a penalty for somebody. A Helsinki blocker 800 catastrophe.
Yes. And we have number 6-5 Kiiski out of the pack for their initial pass, now approaching the back for the scoring pass, but Luleå calls off the jam, leaving Helsinki without any points.
Yes, Luleå scoring 4 on that pass.
I think the biggest score we have had in a jam was around 10 points or 12.
Yeah,
so far.
Yeah, so far we had these more on the 4 point,
yes,
7 point.
Yeah, 4-0, 6-0 range. Yes. We have 8-7-2 Slenko jamming for Helsinki.
And another Helsinki blocker joining the penalty box.
And we have 0-0-4 So Serious getting the lead for Luleå.
And now, yes, Luleå blocker getting a penalty.
And we have quite of the traffic at the penalty box.
Yes.
Will be more for the Helsinki, but Slenko has completed their initial pass and is now going for some points.
Yes, Luleå already having scored 4 points, and now some more.
But Slenko getting sent to the penalty box.
It is quite busy on the Helsinki side in the penalty.
Yeah, some action for both of the teams in the penalty box, but definitely Helsinki seems to be more naughty this time, or in this jam.
Yes. Luleå jammer, Zoso Sirius will take the points, freeze the Helsinki jammer in the box by calling off the jam, which I think is something the Luleå players are very, very happy about.
Yes.
For this power start opportunity.
Yeah.
Luleå jammer 5-4, Obsessi.
Beautiful work on the inside and quick lead for Luleå's Obsessi.
Yes. Nice offensive play, a little bit of help from the blockers. And now coming for a scoring, and the blockers.
Apex.
Exactly.
Love it.
Yes. Not sure if necessary, since the blockers were also creating nicely space on the line, but...
What do you mean? Apex jumps are always necessary. And we have Slenko for Helsinki entering the track, fighting for the initial pass. There is some offense done by 6-6.
And the
Kaisa.
Yes, and the Helsinki blockers have managed to catch the Luleå jammer now at the front of the pack.
Yes, quite a long pack for a second, but now getting again smushed together.
Yes, so far.
Helsinki jammer at the front, fighting to Luleå blockers. It's getting backwards.
And it
getting
takes some effort, but Luleå jammer makes it out and now has once again a power jam opportunity.
Yes, and Slenko gets sent to the penalty box. They started from there and now again.
Obsessi getting hit to the inside line, manages to grab a couple of points before that, and then calls the jam for another power start for Luleå.
Yes. Score is now 23 to 104. Luleå on the lead. Helsinki and Luleå, both teams have all the blockers on the track. Helsinki jammer currently in the penalty box.
Yes, so serious, just pushing their way through the middle of the pack. And now as they approach for the scoring round, once again making their way through from the middle of the wall.
Scoring beautifully 4 points, but Slenko is back on the track. Going to fight for the initial pass.
Very nice offense from the 1-0-1-0.
Yes.
A pivot of Luleå.
And
now also blocking.
Now some nice one-on-one blocking, but Helsinki jammer gets to send to the box once again.
Yes, Luleå jammer getting hit out on the inside line. Recycles. And now back to the action.
Yes.
Calls the jam.
Is this a fourth or third power jam for Luleå in a row?
One of those.
Maybe third. I'm
Something
not
like
sure. I lost count.
Yes. Taking the power start opportunity. Once again, the other jammer from Luleå, aka Obsessi.
Yes.
Working hard on the two jammer rotation that Luleå have been playing. Obsessi going for the inside line, not quite finding space there, but now on the outside.
Outside was open, yes. Beautiful, beautiful lead.
Coming around for the scoring pass. Helsinki blockers waiting at the ready.
We have a Helsinki jammer entering the track.
And Obsessi scoring 4 points.
And we have Helsinki jammer making a star pass to their pivot.
And
number
Obsessi, 5-5.
Number 5-5, yes. That's Kylmäkoski.
Yes. Obsessi skating through for additional points.
Yes. And we have the Helsinki pivot out of the pack. Now putting on the jammer star helmet cover. But doesn't have time to make any points as Luleå calls off the jam.
Yes, 10 points in total for Luleå from this jam, taking their lead to 126 points.
Helsinki with 23 points currently.
And now Luleå putting 1-0-1-0 Louise Jönsson to the jammer line to face off the Helsinki jammer.
And for Helsinki we have 2-6 Blanco jamming. And they are out of the back for their initial pass.
Yeah, and there we have
did you see that?
That one I saw, I was expecting it.
Yes, that was beautiful. Beautiful apex jump for 1-0-1-0.
And another one on the straightaway.
Yeah, wow.
A little hop, skip, and a jump, and 4 points.
Are they flying or skating?
Points. I think they might be flying. And on the speed egg on the outside.
And Helsinki jammer 2-6 taking 4 points.
Yes.
Amazing. That has been some time till Helsinki took some points, but now they managed to get 4.
Luleå scoring 3 rounds, so 12 full points for Luleå from that jam.
Yes. We have 1-1-1 Daria lining up as a jammer for Helsinki.
And now back to usual situation of Obsessi, 5-4 on the jam line against Daria.
Yes.
Both walls holding back the jammers. A little bit of congestion on the inside line for Helsinki. But it is the Luleå jammer, Obsessi, who gets the lead. Manages to make it through the inside line.
Helsinki jammer has taken the helmet cover off, doing a star stash.
And now Obsessi approaching the pack, scoring 1, 2, 3, 4 points on the outside line.
Yes. And the referees are signaling a star pass has been made for the Helsinki pivot, number 5 Kylmäkoski, who gets recycled by Luleå blocker.
Obsessi tries the outside when approaching the pack, not quite able to make it, but definitely some points in their pocket already. Now hit out once again and decides to call the jam.
Yes.
They've had enough.
I think they pick up all 4 points.
Yes,
Yeah,
all the 4
Great.
points on the round.
8 points in total.
Yes. Clock
N-
is winding down, less than 2 minutes of the first half left.
Yes, and we are starting soon the jam number 23. We have lining up as a jammer for Helsinki number 007 Bond.
And So Serious 004.
Both of the jammers were around at the same time out of the pack, but there was a quick catch from Luleå blocker to Helsinki jammer.
And now So Serious making it back to the pack.
Helsinki jammer also out of the back for their initial pass.
But So Serious takes the 4 and calls the jam.
Exciting. We have jam number 24 coming up.
Now number 5-4, Obsessi from Luleå, standing next to, I think that Helsinki Skiski.
Yeah, 6-5 Kiiski.
And now Obsessi being held at the back of the pack for a moment at least. And now once again Helsinki blockers losing one to the box, but doing really great pair blocking. Unfortunately, nonetheless, the lead is Luleå's this time as well.
Number 6-5 Kiiski from Helsinki fighting for their initial pass against a strong Luleå wall.
Yes.
And I think that was Obsessi's first or second
Maybe
scoring round.
And breaking through Helsinki wall once again.
Yeah, that was the second.
Yes.
Lost count already.
All 4 fingers up in the
Yes.
sky on the jammer referee.
Yes, we have Kiiski still fighting for the initial pass.
As now Luleå losing an additional blocker to the box. Only 2. Well, now one of the Luleå blockers returning to the track, so
Yes.
only one of them is sitting at the box.
Kiiski
Luleå
gets
pivot.
recycled to the back of the pack again. We
And
have
Obsessi.
we have Helsinki pivot sent to the box.
Obsessi been working hard on this jam.
And Helsinki jammer makes it out on their initial pass.
So Obsessi calls the jam.
And we have reached the intermission.
Score currently 162 for Luleå, 27 for Helsinki. Luleå in a hefty lead, you could say.
Yes, I could count it, but I think I cannot. That's too difficult. Maybe I count it during the intermission. But yes, we are going for an intermission. I think we will treat you with some Christmas music here in Pasila. See you in, I think, 13 or so minutes.
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello. We are back here in Pasila after intermission in the second game of today. We have Helsinki Roller Derby C-Kasetti playing against Luleå Roller Derby. The score is currently 27 to 167. No, 162.
Numbers hard.
Numbers
Difficult.
hard, yeah.
Extremely.
We have 5 seconds left until intermission.
Yes, and Luleå will start this half with having a blocker advantage on the track. One of the Helsinki blockers, the pivot, currently sitting in the box and starting the half from there. For Luleå, we have So Serious lining up as the jammer for the first jam of the second half.
Yes, and we have for Helsinki jamming 26 Blanco.
And now we will wait 6 more seconds.
Yes.
For the action to begin.
Yes. And here we go, second half rolling. Jammers fighting their way out of the back.
And Luleå taking the lead.
But Helsinki jammer right on their back. Jammers racing. This is always exciting to see.
And the pack is also racing. Everybody's
racing
skating
too,
fast. Luleå coming in for some offense for the jammer.
And Helsinki, Luleå jammer calling of the jam.
Yes. 2 points for Luleå from that, and 1 for Helsinki.
Yeah. Both teams start
derby.
Yeah, both teams start with points. That's great. Now
Exactly.
we have 1-1-1 Daria jamming for Helsinki.
Oh, Luleå actually scoring 4.
Or 3 is
Or
shown
3.
on the scoreboard for.
But
4, it was 4.
But the referee
Yeah.
was showing 4.
Yeah.
For the next jam, Obsessi on fighting against the green wall.
And so is the green jammer fighting against Luleå wall. Again, we have both jammers neck to neck, and Luleå has the lead.
Yes. Jammers chasing each other. Luleå jammer giving some guidance to their offensive players.
Yes.
Coming into the pack, scoring 2, and calling the jam.
Yes.
More of this quick jam action
Yes.
that we saw at the start as well.
Yes, we have from Helsinki, we have number 007 Bond lining up as a jammer.
And Luleå 004 So Serious.
Yes. And here we go for jam number 3. We have Helsinki jammer fighting on the front.
Helsinki jammer in the front, but Luleå still the first out of the pack.
Yes.
Manages to juke out the wall in the back.
So Serious was sneaky on the inside there on the curve. Now we have Helsinki jammer out of the back making their initial pass.
So Serious trying the outside line, but 5-5 Kylmäkoski closing it. But then just a skate's width of space on the inside, but that's all you need when
Small
you're
space,
jamming.
Yes, is all you need.
Exactly.
Now, jam number 4 in the second half.
Additional 4 points for Luleå.
Yes, we have lining up as a jammer number 26 Blanco.
And 5-4 Obsessi.
Let's go. Helsinki jammer gets recycled to the back. And we have Luleå jammer 5-4 Obsessi sent to the penalty box. So it's a power jam for Helsinki. And Helsinki jammer is out of the pack on their initial pass.
Yes, taking the lead for Helsinki in the power jam.
Now it's the time for Helsinki. How will they take advantage of the situation? Great fight for 2-7 Blanco. Also great work from Luleå blockers recycling the Helsinki jammer to the back of the back.
Drawing them all the way to the back.
Yes.
Luleå very much in the favor of these long drawbacks.
Yes.
When it comes to recycling.
Helsinki jammer looks at the bench. Do we call it? Do we continue? And bench decides that we call. Helsinki picks up points. I think 4 I'm seeing from the referee. And Luleå also, I think, picked 4 before
Nope. Nope.
No, I think yes,
oh
it's
yes,
4-4.
No, 4 in the no points in the last scoring
No,
round,
not
but 4
in the
points
last,
in the
but yes, in
first
the
one. Exactly.
whole jam. Yes,
I was looking at the referee and not the board.
Yeah. All right, we have 1-1-1. Daria from Helsinki jamming against Luleå's.
So serious.
Yes.
So serious at the front of the pack, pushing against the Helsinki 3 wall.
Yes, we have 5-5 Kylmäkoski coming to help Daria with the strong Luleå wall.
And Luleå taking the lead, coming now for the scoring round.
I think there has been a star pass to Helsinki's 5-5 Kylmäkoski.
Helsinki blocker almost managing to hit Luleå jammer out, but then also going out themselves. So serious takes the points and keeps trucking on.
Yes.
Now back at the pack for so serious decides to call it. It's like I'm not going to waste my efforts.
Yes, I'm not going to tire myself. There is still around 23 minutes left in the clock.
Exactly. 5 points from the jam, and why not call it then?
Yes, and we have the score now: 32 points for Helsinki and 181 to Luleå. We have jamming for Helsinki number 007 Bond.
And for Luleå, we're back to Obsessi 5-4.
Yes. Helsinki jammer currently at the front of the pack, making it out, taking the lead.
But Obsessi also pushing their way through at the back of the pack and chasing behind Bond.
Yes.
Now Obsessi also arriving to the pack.
Yes, both of the jammers on the back. Obsessi gets recycled.
Obsessi quite really liking that outside lane and also very often successful on it. Although on this scoring round, the inside lane is where the space is.
We have
Luleå losing a blocker to the
penalty
box
box
for a high block call.
Helsinki, I think, called off the jam. Both teams score 4 points.
4-4 even, yes.
4-4. Are we doing now 4-4 instead of 0-4? I think
it seems like it.
Yeah, let's change the official time out.
Yes.
Called. Yes.
I think in this, I did go and snoop around from the penalty box from the first half.
You did.
I did, and I do think there is a. These numbers may speak to also to the scoreboard in a sense. For Helsinki had, let's go the other way. Luleå had only 7 penalties on the first half, with only 1 jammer penalty, I think. But on the other hand, Helsinki unfortunately had 19 penalties on the first half. So quite the difference between the two teams. And especially, unfortunately, one of the Helsinki jammers, who we saw jamming quite a lot in the first half, Slenku, scored 5 penalties in the first half already.
Right.
which I think is why we have not seen them on the track so far in this half.
Probably yes.
But a little bit of a penalty trouble in the first half for Helsinki. Luleå keeping their cool.
Yeah, I think now it has been, at least for now, it has been more even. There has been penalties assigned to both of the teams.
Yes.
But I also could be wrong, because there is a lot happening on the track.
And currently it's a power start opportunity for Helsinki with
Yes.
2 Luleå players in the box, one of them being the jammer.
Yes. So that will be the second jammer penalty for Luleå in this game. The whole game.
That I don't know, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Or
I'm not sure if we had one before this half.
Yeah, we didn't have the live stats here in front of us. We are just guessing.
I'm only good for snooping around in the intermission part of things. I am not telepathically connected to the penalty box, even though that would be very, very handy.
Great. Yeah, to have a little, earplug that tells you
mind
secrets.
link.
Yes.
Exactly. But unfortunately, that has not yet. The upgrade didn't arrive in time. So
yeah, unfortunately, maybe in the future.
Who knows? Who knows?
I think it looks like Helsinki is lining up 26 Blanco as a jammer, who's smiling at us. Oh, we love
Sending
you.
us love and kisses.
The score is currently 36 for Helsinki and 185 for Luleå. And we have 22 minutes and 17 seconds in the period clock and left in this whole game. This coming jam will be jam number 7.
Some referee communication to the benches, it seems.
Yeah, we're seeing Pyry skating around.
Yes.
Great.
Our skating official.
We love our skating officials and our non-skating officials.
We like them equally.
Yes, and we love our track ninjas and we love our medics.
Yes. Okay, with everything now sorted out, we are approaching the next jam.
Which is jam number 7. Let's go.
And the whistle blows. Bit of a slow start on the jam.
Calculated start, I would say.
Yes, a strategic one, communicative one.
Yes, and that was a good call.
Exactly.
As Helsinki Jammer is out of the back, making their initial pass. And now coming for some points.
Nice coordinated play from Helsinki team.
Yes. There we have both of the Luleå players who were in the box coming back to the track. Also their jammer who has now completed their initial pass.
Chasing after Bilene.
And Helsinki jammer calls off the jam as their bench suggested.
Yes, I do like receiving suggestions from the bench.
Yes. I think you should follow the suggestions from the bench.
Exactly. But sometimes, not every time, you have your ears open for those suggestions.
Well, this is the player against the one who's on the bench. So I would like the players to follow the bench instructions.
Yes. Oh yeah. No, not to say that you shouldn't.
Yes.
But to say that sometimes you just don't.
That's true.
Another... actually, we have a team timeout for Luleå team.
Yes, we do. We have one blocker from each team sitting in the box. Just blockers, no jammers this time.
Yes. For Helsinki, 800 catastrophe. And for Luleå...
I think it's 126, if I'm correct.
I also think so.
No,
maybe
is that? Yeah, 126 Drakela.
Yes.
And we have lining up as a jammer number 111 Daria for Helsinki.
And for Luleå, Obsessive 5-4.
Yes. Let's go.
Intense waiting.
Yes. And now the jam number 8 in the second period has started. Both of the jammers fighting their way out of the back. Helsinki jammer gets recycled by number 9, Luleå blocker. There is a penalty assigned to...
Luleå jammer stuck at the front for a while, but does manage to make it out as a Helsinki blocker
6-6 Kaisa
gets a penalty.
Yes, who's also a pivot.
Yes.
Yes.
Obsessi now approaching for points. A quick hit on the outside, a quick hit on the inside.
We
A little bit
had
stuck now.
Yeah, we had number 800 from Helsinki team coming to do some offense for Daria.
Excellent pair blocking from Helsinki side
Yes.
at the front of the pack. But
Also-
Obsessi makes it through for the points.
Yes, also excellent blocking from Luleå, even though there was a great offense attempt from Helsinki's part.
Now we have Obsessi. We have quite a lot of these. Unfortunately, lands the apex jump, but then runs into another player and then happens to cut track.
Yes, so now we have again a power jam for Helsinki. This jam will run for the full time, which is now 35 seconds left. We have a star pass that has been made to Helsinki's pivot 6-6, Kaisa.
And now Helsinki blockers wanting to create space for their new pivot jammer,
Yes,
by which I mean
not
a jammer.
yet a jammer,
Well,
but having
yes, already jammer.
already a jammer,
Already a
even
jammer.
though having the yes.
Once the star
Pardon
pass
me.
has been completed, then they become the jammer, even though they don't have the hat on.
Yes, Obsessi is out of the penalty box, picking some points.
Yes. It's deceiving when the pivot has the star in hand,
Right,
because
right.
I see the stripe and
Yes,
I'm like,
I
yes,
had
that's the pivot. But if they have the star in the hand, they are actually
They're
the
the
jammer,
jammer,
at the
yes.
point already,
I
even though
had
they
a
don't have it on.
miss thoughts about that in my head for some reason.
No, but I keep calling them
Yeah,
the pivot, even though they are
That's
the
true.
de facto jammer at the point
That's true.
if they've received the star. But
So we have now we are approaching jam number 9 in the second half. We have 007 Bond lining up as a jammer for Helsinki, but we are taking an official timeout.
sort out the facts.
Yes,
Have a little healthy conversation.
true. Always good.
Exactly.
We have 18 minutes and 35 seconds left in the clock for this game. Score is now 40 for Helsinki to 193 for Luleå.
And in the background, wet city skaters warming up and cheering on the players on the track.
Yes.
For they also have another game coming up right after this one.
Yes, we
to
will
close off
have
the day.
Yes, we have the last game of today at 14:40, which is Wet City against Helsinki.
Exactly. Some
We
cheers
love
from
it.
the crowd. Love to hear it. And
Yes.
also, we would like to once again thank our sponsors
Yes.
who brought us some caffeine to keep this tournament and all of its volunteers running. So we have some caffeine management from Kahiva Roastery as well as from Arvid Nordqvist.
Yes, excellent coffee, I have heard.
Yes. For you cannot attest.
Wait, yes.
But I can.
Yes,
It
and I
was
have
very
heard
nice.
so many compliments.
Yes, it was very nice. Now that I'm thinking, I'm like, I actually want more coffee.
Yeah. Well, you can have some more coffee after 18 minutes and 38 seconds,
Yes.
but before that, think
Not quite
no.
right now.
yes, not
Although,
now.
if I was really, really quick, maybe.
I think you might miss some important parts of the game. I wouldn't suggest.
You got it. It's fine.
It's fine. We have officials discussing still during this official timeout.
Yes. I heard some rumors about the Helsinki bench coach.
Oh yes, me too. I heard Makke likes katiskakalastus. I don't know what that's in English though. A certain type of fishing.
Yes, I wonder
Yeah.
if we could hear some rumors from the Luleå bench as well.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think to keep it fair and square.
Interesting facts.
Which or all are completely true and not made up at all.
Yes, absolutely.
Like everything that we say here.
Yes.
Facts
Because
only.
only facts from our part. Now it looks
Exactly.
like everybody's going into their places.
Maybe.
Are we going
Almost.
to play some more?
I
Or
mean,
are
we should
not?
because there is,
Still 80 minutes left,
yes,
I know.
the rest of the half.
Yeah, I would love the game to continue, as always.
Not to hurry our officials along because they need
That's
to.
true. I see again Pyry skating around.
So yeah, some additional communication to the benches.
I also see the Luleå
Aha.
jammer heading to the box.
Yes, so. I
Jaså.
wonder what the situation here was
Yeah.
where the penalty call came
We
from.
don't have the details or even rumors.
Should we make something?
I don't know. I don't know if we should.
I think the Luleå jammer got a penalty for wearing wrong colored socks today.
True. That might be true.
But they are quite nice. You can
They're
see them
actually
from
really
afar
lovely
here
socks.
already.
Now you say
Mhm.
that I pay attention.
So maybe that was not the call then.
Maybe that. I
Who
don't know.
knows?
Depends.
Power jam
For
power
Helsinki.
start.
For Bond.
Exactly.
007 Pond. And
Nice.
there we have a nice initial pass for Bond.
Yes. Beautiful coordinated play from Helsinki
Yes.
in these power start opportunities that they've had.
Now 007 Bond is coming for some points. Luleå wall working hard trying to prevent that.
And now we have, I think it is Obsessi who has returned to the track
Yes.
after sitting their penalty, while Bond is pushing on the wall.
Yes. There
Taking a
was
spill.
offense done by 800. Helsinki Jammer calls off the jam, picking up 2 points and leaving Luleå without any points. Textbook derby.
Oh, we have a new jammer on the Helsinki side, I think.
Yes, I see that. That's 6-3 Pirkko, I guess. Yes, jamming and waving for us. We love that.
And from Luleå, the usual suspects. of
004, I think. So serious.
Exactly.
Taking the lead.
Fakes
Love
the
it.
inside, takes the outside, gets
Yes.
a quick lead for Luleå.
Pirkko is still fighting through the back.
And so serious approaching the pack, getting pushed out on the outside, but then quickly coming back to the track and getting those 4 points.
And there we have Pirkko out of the back making their initial pass, hungry for some points.
Yes, so serious coming to the pack once again.
Calling off the champ before Helsinki gets to score any points.
Manages to slip through on the inside for 3 points for Luleå.
Yes.
So 7 in total in the jam for Luleå.
Which makes the score 42 for Helsinki and 200 for
once
Luleå.
again even 200 for Luleå.
Yes.
Oh gosh damn.
That's what you love. And we have jamming for Helsinki now, number 26, Blanco, who is now on the front of the back.
But it is the Luleå jammer who manages to get the lead,
Yes,
sneaking the way from the
Yes.
inside.
But Helsinki jammer is now out of the back two, approaching the scoring round.
But quick
Obsessive.
points.
Yes.
Quick points on the
Quick,
Luleå.
quick.
Step to the left, step to the right.
And
4
points,
points.
points.
Exactly.
That's what we love.
That's the choreography.
Yes. We have lining up for Helsinki 1-1-1. Daria as a jammer.
I also just now realized that this point score, 42, the meaning of life.
Yes, I
for
know.
Helsinki.
I hope
the
you would
204.
say that.
I just now realized, but I am happy I did. So serious, taking a run at the lead at the front of the pack, getting hit out, but then managing to slip through on the outside for the lead.
We have Daria still fighting for the back now, gets recycled by Luleå's number 9, Tasmanian D, or Tasmanian D.
Yes, and now again, so serious. It's that one skate width on the line.
Yes, it's like the width of a skate, one skate, so you can go there with one leg.
Beautifully taking.
Yes.
Beautiful work on the lines for sure.
Amazing.
Staying in bounds precisely.
And Daria also fighting very well against two bloggers. Unfortunately falls. Was so close.
And in the midst of the chaos.
And now gets through for their initial pass.
Yes. And in the midst of the chaos, So Serious has scored
more points.
More points. And now takes a dance at the back of the pack and calls the jam as Daria approaches.
Yes. 9 points for Luleå, 0 points for Helsinki.
Taking the score to 213 for Luleå and 42 for Helsinki.
Yes. We have now 007 Bond lining up as Helsinki's jammer.
With an old friendly face of obsessive matching.
Yes. Both jammers fight the back. Both teams have only 3 blockers on the track and 1 blocker in the box.
Yes. Both walls doing a great work on the jammers, but it is Obsessi who manages to slip out on the outside line.
Yes.
Whilst Bond is still working the pack.
Bond is moving the back quite much to the front.
And 4 quick points for Luleå.
Yes. Helsinki blockers doing offense for their jammer.
A bunch of people falling around, Luleå blockers on the ground, but it is the Helsinki jammer who ends up in the penalty box.
Yes. So it's a power jam for Luleå.
Power jam for more points.
Yes.
And Luleå do what they've done before, so they will take the points that they can get and they will freeze the opposing jammer in the box.
Yes.
For the power start for themselves now.
Helsinki has all 4 blockers on the track, but jammer sitting on the penalty box.
Yes. Full lineups for both teams blocker-wise. Just the Helsinki jammer missing. And now cutting through the middle of the pack. So Serious for the quick lead.
Yes. Coming for some points.
And nice offensive help on the inside line. Opening it up for So Serious.
Yes. Meanwhile, Helsinki jammer 007 reaches now the pack and starts to fight their way to the initial pass.
And once again, cutting through the middle of the triangle.
Yes.
For the, for the 4 points. And then we go, oh no. Oh no.
Well, that's the second jammer penalty for Helsinki's jammer. We have 10 minutes and 20 seconds in the clock left. We are starting the jam number 15 with a power jam for Luleå.
And Luleå jammer taking quick speed, a burst of speed to start off the jam with. Makes it through the Helsinki wall.
Yes. There is a switcheroo in the Helsinki blockers in the box. One got out and one went in.
Yes. The Luleå blockers standing in formation, waiting to see if they need to help their jammer, but their jammer have been able to take care of themselves.
Yes, and we have Helsinki jammer entering the track again, number 007, Bond.
Yes. Now a pile up in the second curve. A hold up for everybody standing still for a moment.
Yes.
But it is Obsessi who is able to break up the opposing blockers to continue scoring.
Yes. And we have a Bond entering the penalty box once again.
Nice hit out from the Helsinki blocker, 800 on the outside line.
Yes.
And then the same for 5-5 Kylmäkoski on the inside line.
And Luleå calls off the jam, leaving Helsinki jammer again in the box.
And Luleå will take their
Last time out.
yes, I think so.
Yes.
Maybe. Can't quite see it on the scoreboard.
Yes, we have the score now 42 to 247. That's over 200 point difference right now. And that's to Luleå's preference. We have 8 minutes and 56 seconds left in the period clock. We are approaching jam number 16.
Yes. I also actually just now realized that, I'm not sure if we've mentioned even, but this is the Luleå B team as I
That's true.
going against the Helsinki C team, as we know.
Now I'm seeing that Helsinki has a different jammer on the jam line, and the jammer has left the penalty box. Maybe the penalty was taken off during the timeout. So we will start with both jammers on the jam line.
The jury has deliberated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Blockers lining up. Players.
Both teams have full squads on the track. Helsinki jammer 26 Blanco quickly takes the lead, but Luleå's jammer so serious is right
Chasing
there.
after with
Yes.
speed.
Exciting. Now we have some fast derby again.
Yeah, the whole pack running it.
Blanco calling off the jam as their bench suggested. Do we have
No
any
points.
points? No points.
No points.
Just some fast skating.
Just a little bit
Lovely.
of run around the track and then we call
Yes.
it off.
Now we have nobody in the penalty box.
All players on track.
Yes, we have number 65 Kiiski lining up as a jammer for Helsinki.
And we have Obsessi trying on the outside line.
Both of the teams are doing full for a defense.
Yeah. Luleå wall in the front, Helsinki wall in the back.
Helsinki is now putting one blocker to the offense in the front.
Both walls working hard to hold off the jammers.
Yes,
Obsessi just pushing unrelentlessly and making it through for the lead
yes.
on the outside curb.
We have Helsinki pivot in the penalty box.
That's true. I do think that is 360 Karma, if
Yes.
I'm not incorrect. Obsessi through for points on the outside line.
While Helsinki jammer gets recycled to the back of the back. But now again working towards that initial pass, but instead gets sent to the penalty box.
Yes. So once again a power jam opportunity for Obsessi and Luleå.
Yes.
Cutting to the outside, getting held up by the pack and waiting for offensive help from the teammates. And now we will have
Jammer switcheroo.
Exactly. Obsessi heading to the penalty box.
Hey, that's the first one today.
Is it?
Yes, we haven't had a jammer switcheroo yet. We have just have jammers
Coming
coming
and going.
coming and going to the penalty box. So now Luleå jammer will sit the time that Helsinki jammer was sitting in the penalty box.
And the jam comes to its natural conclusion right as Giiski approaches or makes it to the pack.
And Luleå scores 10 points, leaving Helsinki without any points. But we have a power start for Helsinki, and we are lining up as a jammer 8-7-2 Slenko.
Yes, another official timeout.
Yes. We have all blockers for both of the teams at the track currently. We don't know what the official review will do next, but nothing. All right. Let's continue to jam number 18 in the second half. We have 5 minutes and 38 seconds left of the game.
Luleå blockers in the middle.
Helsinki doing full offense for their jammer 8-7-2 Slenko, who is fighting their way out of the pack.
The pack is it's a little bit chaotic.
Now there are penalties assigned to some Luleå blockers. Now we have one-on-one blocking from 1-0-1-0 towards Helsinki's jammer, but Helsinki jammer makes it out for their initial pass.
The Luleå jammer doing some... unfortunately, it was a cut track for the Luleå jammer, so heading back to the box, it looked like it was some very agile skate work on the outside, but did slip out just enough.
Meanwhile, Slenko is back for some more points. Already scored 4 and now continues picking up another 4.
Exactly. Luleå blocker coming back to the track from the box to wait.
We have some communication we hear from the track, and now the jammer calls off the jam as the band suggested, leaving the Luleå jammer in the box.
Standing, so 10 seconds or less left off their penalty.
We have now a power start for Helsinki. Both teams have all the blockers. Or now they have all the blockers. And we have lining up as Helsinki's jammer and now jamming 26 Blanco, who is fighting through the back.
Luleå almost forgetting to field an additional blocker.
Yes, fighting
but they managed to make it just in time.
And Helsinki jammer takes the lead, makes it first out of the back, and now skates to get some points.
Now a lot of people falling around on the track.
There is penalties assigned, or was that a referee who called off the jam? I think that was.
I mean, they usually do.
They usually do if there is all the players are falling down.
Yes, I mean,
not sure.
The jammer calls it, but the referee then whistles it. So I guess they also call it.
Why won't we just? Yeah. Let's not get started with the 15-minute jams and all that.
Yes, I think we have the Luleå jammer in the box.
We do.
As well as another blocker from Luleå side. And then the Helsinki pivot 5-5 Kylmäkoski.
Yes, we do. And we have lining up as Helsinki's jammer, we have 1-1-1 Daria. We have 2 minutes and 53 seconds left in this game. We are approaching jam number 20.
And there is an official timeout. We're switching the
there is some
jammer
negotiations.
in the box. for Luleå, for the one who's going to be sitting.
That was the 7th penalty for number 54, which means if you do 7 penalties, you get sent to the shower.
Yes, unfortunately you fall out.
Yes.
After
Rina,
several
you
penalties.
maybe can tell us about that more.
I cannot. I have no clue what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you
I
don't-
never have
you don't
fouled
have-
out
you don't
ever
have any
in a game.
experience on this.
No. I do not understand what you're talking about.
But this happens. There is a rule that if you sit in the penalty box 7 times, you are out of the game.
You have been too naughty,
Yes.
so you must go.
Yes. That's a rule. We follow it, and it happens occasionally.
Yes, and some blocker switcheroos also on the track for
Yes,
Luleå side.
little bit.
Um,
But a power jam for Helsinki. Both teams have 3 blockers on the track, and Luleå is missing the jammer. And here we start jam number 20. Everyone is quiet, waiting for, and there we have a lead for 1-1-1 Daria, Helsinki's jammer.
Helsinki has had nice coordinated play in the power starts.
Yes,
this
calm and collective, I would
Exactly.
say. I love that.
great offense from the blockers, and then jammer taking their time and following after.
Now we have both teams having all the skaters on the track.
But it is the Luleå jammer 1010 coming from the box.
Yes,
Being assigned lead at first, but then actually it was not.
it was the
For
lead
it
for
was
Helsinki,
Mhm.
and Helsinki called the jam to prevent 1-0-1-0 from Luleå making any points.
Yes. But 3 for Helsinki, 0 for Luleå.
Yes, we have number 872 Slenko lining up as a jammer for Helsinki.
And now back to so serious on the Luleå side.
Yes.
Trying the outside line, trying the inside line.
We have Luleå blockers recycling Helsinki jammer. We have also a penalty assigned to Luleå's jammer. And we have a lead for Helsinki and Slenko.
Exactly. Helsinki in the same position of having the jammer advantage as well as the blocker advantage
Yes.
in this jam now.
Really nice and effortless scoring pass for Slenko.
Powering
Picks
through.
up, yes. Picks up 4 points, making the score difference now less than 200.
Yes. And Helsinki.
And another really beautiful 4 points skating, and I think maybe Helsinki Jammer is playing that if I can get through without touching anybody. Yes, and again.
Exactly. You want to keep up the
Lovely.
speed if only you can. And Helsinki blockers were doing nice offensive help,
Yes.
keeping the Luleå blocker 95 at the behind of the pack, preventing from Luleå from running forward when the jammer was approaching.
Yes, and now Slenko calls off the jam.
12-point jam for Slenko and Helsinki.
No, 15-point jam.
15-point jam for Slenko
Yes,
and Helsinki.
amazing. Really nice scoring laps.
And Helsinki has taken a team timeout, which means that we will get one more jam
Yes.
in this game.
That will be jam number 22, and after that this game ends.
Yes.
We have a score, Helsinki 69 and Luleå 257. And in the last jam, Helsinki's jammers scored 15 points, which means the score difference, which was before over 200, is now less than 200.
Just like in the previous game, Luleå is fielding number 1010 for the last jam.
Yes, last time it was the last jam in the first half. Now it's the last jam of the whole game.
Yes.
Maybe we see some apex jumps. Helsinki fields number 26, Blanco as a jammer for this last jam. Luleå has one blocker in the penalty box. Helsinki is at full strength.
1-0, 1-0. Quickly on the inside line takes the lead.
Yes, but we have Helsinki jammer just behind them, both of them entering the back almost the same time. Beautiful blocking by number 0, Egis
yes.
from Helsinki.
Manages to hit out.
Also beautiful blocking by 1-6 Drakela from Luleå.
And as the game clock runs out, Luleå's jammer calls off the jam after scoring their 4 points on the round.
Yes, and we have reached the end of this thriller of a game. Now we are waiting for the official score. So both teams scored 4 points in the last
jam.
Yes.
So it seems.
And the score is unofficial. We're waiting for the official score. Let's see.
Now we have the final score. So final score, Helsinki 73, Luleå 261. So Luleå taking the win decisively in the second matchup,
Yes,
of their day.
2 wins for Luleå. Amazing playing for both of the teams.
Yes,
Really lovely derby.
highlighting once again,
Yes.
9 players on the Luleå roster taking 2 wins today with decisive numbers.
Yes.
Excellent playing on their part
Yes.
today. And also only 1 foul out as well.
Yes.
When you have 9 players and only Luleå was playing with, or they had very little penalties actually in
Yes.
both games at least.
Yes.
During when we came to the second period or in intermission. I think they played quite cleanly, which is very well
True.
done on their part.
Great. And now the teams are huddling up for a photo, and I think it's for us time to sign off. For me, I'm done for the day, and I think, are you?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows if Riina is done for the day. That's good. Thank you. And we have still 1 game left, so don't go anywhere. It starts at 14:40, which is 20-3, and that will be Wet City playing against Helsinki.
Yes. So 40 minutes until the next one,
Yes.
and we will maybe see you then.
Somebody will be here with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Olipas kovaa. Welcome to the last game of our Jingle HEL tournament. We are just about a minute or so away from Helsinki C-Kasetti taking on the Wet City Rollers in their second game for both of these teams today. Let's have a quick run through of the rosters, and Liisa, you can start.
Thank you, Riina. So in Helsinki Roller Derby C-Kasetti, we have number 0, Ekis, 007, Bond, 09, Dynamite, 111, Daria, 258, Berglund, 360, Karma, 45, Morsa, 55, Kylmäkoski, 63, Pirkko, 65, Kiiski, 66, Kalja-Kaisa, 800, Catastrophe, 434, Sonia, 872, Slenku, and on the bench, Makke, Aave, and Pirita.
And for the Wet City Rollers, today again we have 07 The Quacken, 10 Tits and Acid, 12 Mean Machine, 14 Aquamba, 15 Hannah Hardhand, 21 Asgardian, 242 Penny Violence, 3 Virginia Wolf, 314 Blockpicker, 48 Vladi Longstocking, 5 Sunny, 55 Sick Dagger, 59 Lucid Lucy, 8 Hossy Galore, and 99 Nefertiti's. And also on the bench we have Mary Fury and Mushu Mayhem. Once again.
Lining up for the first jam for Helsinki, Slenku.
And for Wet City, Hossy Galore. And we have Hossy Galore on the first lead, quick on the inside line.
And just as Slenku was getting through, they were blocked out by 1-0 from Bergen.
Tits and Acid. Hossy takes the quick points, 4 points for Wet City, opening their scoreboard, and calls off the jam.
For the second jam, jamming for Helsinki, 2-6. Bilene.
And for Wet City, 1-2, Mean Machine. The captain of the team taking the second lead of the game.
Bilene is still in the back, but just as I say it, they are released.
Yeah, the pack runs long, but Mean Machine breaks through from the back, scores the 4 points.
Bilene was just arriving for their first scoring round and managed to steal 1 point.
Opening Helsinki score. For, I think, Bergen, another additional 4 points on the jam. And for the next one, we have 5-9 Lucid Lucy, if I remember correct.
And 1-1-1 Daria for Helsinki.
Lucid Lucy getting hit out on the outside line.
Bond making fierce offense for Daria, and Daria has the lead.
Oh, nice one-on-one blocking at the top of the pack by Helsinki blocker 6'3", I think, Pirkko. Lucid Lucy chasing after Daria.
A fast goal of gaining 2 points for Helsinki.
And I think maybe some also for Wet City. Two also for Wet City, so 2-2 on the jam.
Helsinki has one blocker in the penalty box, so Wet City has a slight advantage.
It can make all the difference.
Jamming for Helsinki's Lenkku.
A tight pack at the start of the jam.
And the lead was given to Slenko.
The Quacken still held at the back of the back. Bit of a pile up once again in the curve. Have removed their helmet cover as well. And now a lot of everybody falling on the track.
A huge pile of players.
For sure. But everybody also getting back on their feet quite quickly. But we're back on the action.
And Slenko finishes their first scoring pass.
Exactly. And during that time, Wet City has completed their star pass to 5-5 Sick Dagger.
Slenko takes 4 points more and calls off the jam.
Very clean, very textbook play.
And that was a lead change. So Helsinki now leading 11-10.
Exciting, a lead change already.
Let's hope we get a lot of those. A tight game.
Everybody likes a tight game, even game. Super exciting to watch. On the jammer line, number 8, Hossi Galore.
And 2-6 Bilene. And Helsinki jammer Bilene takes the lead.
Hossi still, as I say, they were stuck in the pack but managed to make their way through for the initial round.
Pack is again speeding up and Bilene is calling midway falling down.
Bilene calls, and for the Wet City, player number 3, Virginia Woolf, heads to the box at the end of the jam. So once again, a bit of a 3-4 advantage situation on the track.
We have an official timeout, figuring out the scores.
Yes, first one of the game so far, but we do want to, we want to have the score straight, so we will take all the time we need.
Yes, Helsinki score was changed from 2 to 3 points for the last jam. Every point matters.
Every point counts, for sure. We absolutely want to have them exact. A little bit more of officials running around, but now I think gathering on their places once again. On the jammer line, 1-2 Mean Machine for Wet City.
And 1-1-1 Daria for Helsinki. Back is all the way in the pivot line when the jam starts.
Nice hit on the inside. The Wet City jammer getting recycled to the back of the back, but now breaks through.
Helsinki is doing offense from left and right and manages to do a star pass.
A quick one at that.
Kylm is now wearing the star for Helsinki.
Yes. Wet City jammer gets hit out by the Helsinki blocker 800 and decides to call the jam from the floor. I know that feeling also for the little jamming that I have done. Sometimes it's better to just have another go.
And celebrate the points you got.
Exactly.
It was 1 point for Wet City.
Exactly.
And jamming for Helsinki's Lenkku.
And on the Wet City side, 5-9. Lucid Lucy, I think.
A
Lucy
fast
scoring.
lead.
Yeah, Lucy scoring the lead for Wet City.
Slenko is out of the back as well, and as Bergenhammer scores their first 4 points.
Excellent. Lucy juking to the out and to the in, and then finding space on the inside for the full 4 points, I think, on the jam.
It's always nice when they pass everyone, so you can know it's 4 points.
And it's another lead change. We're now 14 to 15.
This is what we were hoping for.
Exactly. Exciting.
Jamming for Helsinki, 2-6 Bilene.
On the Wet City side, 0-7 the Quacken. Pack speeding up, coming towards the curve, and it is the Quacken who manages to find the room on the inside line.
But Bilene is right behind them.
The jammer chase is on. Pack has stopped on the second straightaway.
A nice classic goat taking from Wet City.
Past the hips, hit it and quit it. Take the ones you can. But indeed, it is Helsinki who scores 3 and Wet City 2. So Helsinki coming out on top on the previous jam.
And we have an even game.
17-17. Oi, oi, oi.
Jamming for Helsinki, 1-1-1 Daria.
And for Wet City, number 8, Hussy Galore. Going toe-to-toe on the front and getting the lead. Now entering for the scoring round. Coming to the back of the back. Trying the inside line. But now getting trapped to the back of the back behind the Helsinki wall.
Daria still on the initial pass. So not scoring yet.
Helsinki defending with 4 blockers. Currently leaving Daria to fend for themselves. And Hussy manages to make it with 4 points.
And a successful star pass to Pirkko.
Yeah, number 6-3 chasing after. Hussy coming for additional points. Hits the pack. Scores 2. Calls the jam. Taking now Wet City to the lead. With 7 total points from the jam. Oh, 3 points. I was counting that 4 plus 2 does not make 7, but 4 plus 3 does make 7 points. It's a little bit tough to see the referee fingers against the floor, looking from this high up position.
And to the next jam, jamming for Helsinki Slenko now at the front of the pack, battling the whole Wet City 4 wall.
And 1-2 Mean Machine still stuck in the back of the back. Helsinki blockers doing excellent work on keeping the jammer contained.
A Wet City blocker has been sent to the penalty box, so Helsinki has a slight advantage, but just when I say it, a Helsinki blocker is also sitting into the penalty box.
And in the midst of the chaos, the star pass for Wet City was completed. Number 5-5, Sick Dagger, I think, receiving the star once again.
8 points in total for Helsinki from this jam.
I was almost gonna say the lead change, but not quite. It's a couple of points for Wet City as well, so it's 25-26, but neck and neck.
Wet City pivot managed to get 2 points after the star pass. That's always yummy.
It feels so good to be able to steal a point or 2 as the pivot, because you rarely get the chance. So excellent work on their part, swinging those hips around the blockers. 1 blocker each team in the box. I see 360 Karma taking it very chill in the penalty box at the moment.
Looks like they own the box.
I mean, with their officiating history, they might as well, I think.
True, maybe we should start naming those places. But it doesn't mean you should sit there too often.
Just an honorary seat. But not for you to sit on, for somebody else to suffer the penalty. I think we are having a official timeout coming to end.
Both of these teams played against Luleå earlier today, so they have one game already under their belt.
Definitely can get quite tough going multiple games in a row. But it seems like they have the energy still, not being held back by the fact that this is the second game of the day for both of these teams.
Yes, both of the jammers are fighting against strong triangles and released almost at the same time. Helsinki having the lead and Bilene calling off after hitting the back.
From the floor. Yes.
That flight gained them 1 point. It wasn't for nothing, which means that we have an even game.
Delightful, tasty even game. For the next jam, it is the Quacken taking the line for Wet City.
And 1-1-1 Daria for Helsinki.
Both of the jammers on the inside line trying to force their way through. Now with the Wet City jammer at the back of the pack. Makes a nice spin on the inside line. Manages to sneak the lead for themselves with a fancy spin move. And now come around for points with the pack in the curve.
Daria was fighting the forewall of Wet City for a long time and is now still on the back of the pack on the initial pass.
Quacken getting hit out at the front of the pack, but is quickly to get back on their feet and back to the track and score 4 points on their pass. I do think Helsinki has completed a star pass. In the meantime, number 5-5 Kylmäkoski jamming now, while Quacken skates around for another scoring pass.
A little blocking by the now jammer Kylmäkoski.
You can do a little bit of both. A little bit of jamming, a little bit of blocking. That's what the pivoting is for. A huge pile up in the third curve. Everybody.
But somehow Bergen jammer 07 just sneaks out from the
Chaos
outside
is usually
line.
the friend of the jammer. It can give you a chance to have a sneaky pass.
It looked like they were almost like surprised, like, did I do something wrong? How did I get through all this?
How suddenly I'm here and I was just over there. Now a big jam for Wet City.
They are celebrating as they should.
Absolutely. 16 points makes definitely for celebration. And now Wet City taking a bit of a bigger lead in the game. Not to say.
To keep things nice and even, Helsinki should do a 16-point jam next. So please, could you?
Yes. Could we request another? We would like it to have it be even and exciting, just for the viewers and everybody enjoying the game.
We are here for entertainment.
Exactly.
It's your job.
Exactly. I think there was bit of a mix-up maybe. I think the Helsinki jammer was heading towards the penalty box at the end of the jam, but apparently did not actually get penalized, and therefore was or has skated out of the box as well. So all 10 players, not 10 blockers, but 10 players on the track 5 for both teams.
And all our referee crew huddled up, thinking of or going through the events of last jam to make sure everything goes as it should.
The officials are deliberating, I think coming to a conclusion here, going to communicate it to the scorekeepers as well, and the scoreboard operators, or operator. And then we will get back to the action soon-ish, I think.
So maybe we can start talking about how these both teams played a game earlier today to get things rolling as we did the previous time that was mentioned.
Exactly. In the moment when you're like, so.
Magic. Jamming for Helsinki, Slenku.
And for Wet City, Hössi galore. Hössi at the back of the pack.
Slenku is issued the lead from this jam.
Yes. But also Hössi also breaking through, finding room on the outer side of the track.
And jam is called off by Slenku, gaining 3 points for Helsinki.
With a nice little hop.
Yeah, not quite the 16, but you can make the rest in the next jam.
I'll take 3. 3 is
Yeah.
fine, okay. You can do another 3 on the next one, and then, we can go from there. Okay, and Wet City is taking a timeout to take a moment to deliberate on their own, have a little bit of a breather, discuss what they want to do next, what the plans are.
We have had quite many pauses in this game this far, but when you have played the whole day, it might be like something you don't mind.
Sometimes you don't mind to have a bit of an extra breather. Absolutely. Sometimes it can also be a bit of like, oh man, I just want to get back to the game and get to the game. But sometimes it's also good to take a moment.
Also, the officials have a chance to discuss at this point and get their game together.
Exactly. Whistle sounds for the end of the timeout for Wet City.
Score difference is now 13, so not that much.
Nope, not at all. In Derby, 13 points is one good jam.
Yes.
Of a difference. For Wet City,
Helsinki, Bilene
and Wet City, 1-2 Mean Machine, pushing against the Helsinki blockers. And finding the inside lane is Mean Machine for the lead.
The back is again speeding up, and Bilene is pushing and found the same inside lane. Half a lap later.
Do love those lanes as a jammer, the insides and the outsides. And there we have it, Mean Machine getting the 4 points and calling it off for another clean 4-0 jam for Wet City.
Wet City is now making their lead a bit more distinctive, but still 17 points isn't that much.
The numbers look big, but it's not the biggest difference. at all, and there is plenty of game left still. Now jamming for Wet City 5-9, Lucid Lucy.
And for Helsinki, for the first time in this game, 6-5 Kiiski.
Lucid Lucy coming in for points. But the Helsinki blockers are ready for Lucy. And at the front of the pack, 09 Dynamite gives Lucid Lucy some love, but Lucy does manage to make it through the pack.
Helsinki has made a successful star pass to Pirkko 6-3. They were closing on the back, and Bergen decided to call off the jam.
Taking 8 points, I think, in total from the previous jam. 4 and 4, if I'm not incorrect. Or am I? Was it just 4 points? No, 8 points. There we have it. It's a little bit tough.
You were just like ahead of your time.
Yes, I was trying to count the laps. I can count to 2 at least. Now 07, the Quacken, back on track.
And 8-7-2 Slenko heading to the penalty box.
Quacken getting some offensive assistance from the opposing jammers. The blockers.
It's a power jam for Wet City, and they are making this familiar and nostalgic looking formation to the inside line.
The possujuna, as we like to call it.
And it seems to work.
It is a classic for a reason. It is highly effective when well communicated with the jammer and well timed.
Another biggie train on the inside lane. This time Helsinki is more ready for it, and Slenko is released from the penalty box and manages to skate by quite effortlessly.
Absolutely, kind of sneaking on the outside line, but Wet City, they do notice that Slenko is out of the pack, so they call the jam and take the points they have. I think another 8 points in total for Wet City. An official timeout signaled from the scoreboard operator. So wanting to confirm something, and now we're back to action.
8 points for a power jam isn't awfully much, so Helsinki managed to do some nice penalty killing in there.
I think the second time around Helsinki was much more prepared for the offense, but now at the start I do think it's Hussy galore running their way through the pack right from the middle.
Just behind them 007 Bond, who is jamming for the first time in this game.
And as they approach, Hussy galore calls the jam, as you do.
With the full 4 points. Slowly but steadily, Wet City is growing their lead.
They have managed to find out what works for them and are now playing according to their strategy.
It might have been that timeout.
Maybe. I think so. It is a good way of taking your time to see what's working and what you need to do instead to get the leads and get the points.
And sometimes you can cut your opponents like lead momentum.
Exactly.
By taking a timeout. That might be
Exactly.
something that could be beneficial for Helsinki too.
Perhaps so. The jammers still fighting in their way. And now a lead finally going to the Wet City jammer 1-2 Mean Machine.
Helsinki jammer is going to the penalty box.
So a power jam opportunity for Wet City. There's also one of the Helsinki blockers returning from the box just now to the track.
A nice Kivi defense from Berglund in the second curve. Kivi usually used as an offense but works as defense as well.
Why not? Why not? Pack once again in the curve. Also the most dangerous spot on the track.
The
for
widest
blocker
spot
one.
on the track, but Helsinki is still keeping the jammer.
Yes, nice blocking on the curve. It's definitely it's the spot where the jammer most easily slips out of your control, especially on the I think it's the second and the
Definitely.
fourth curve.
A big jam for Wet City again. It was 10 points.
Wet City being able to pull ahead now, having almost a 50-point lead. And now Helsinki taking the timeout to do some of their own scheming and figure out what's their antidote to the current situation.
Let's see if this has an effect.
Exactly. I do think Helsinki definitely has a chance to take the tide still, because we saw like in the beginning it was very, very even. And also here with a little bit under 10 minutes still remaining, nothing has been decided yet. There is a lot of time to make plays and get those points and maybe a lead change.
Let's hope for a lead change, because those are entertaining.
They really, and you know, not to say that I'm biased, but I mean, it would be nice.
We are here for the people.
Yes.
And
any which way the game shakes out.
Entertainment.
Yes.
Should I say it once more? Entertainment.
Be entertained, people. We're here to entertain.
It's Jingle HEL.
Exactly. Now if we could only have like a sound effect of like some jingle bells here, like ding.
Why don't we have those?
Why didn't I realize I could have like brought some? Now on the jammer line, 5-9. Lucid Lucy for Wet City.
And 8-7-2, Slenku for Helsinki.
And Lucid Lucy finding the impossible small space on the inside line.
Slenk right behind them. The back is not now quite long, and 3 Wet City players were actually out of play.
Yes, but unfortunately in that moment Helsinki jammer going to the box, so power jam opportunity for Lucid Lucy and Wet City.
Surprisingly, none of those 3 players who were blocking out of play are in the penalty box.
Yes, I wonder if the call came so late or from the referees for the out of play.
Sometimes you can't see it all.
Sometimes it can be a second or half of a second too late.
But that means it's a power jam for Wet City.
That's true. This will also mean that Wet City will start this jam with a power start as well. The Quacken on the line.
And a nice biggie line. In effect again, didn't work like instantly, but not long until the jammer was out of the back and issued the lead.
Yes, very effective offense from Wet City at the power start.
But again, Slenko manages to almost like sneak by after being released from the box.
Very quickly getting through the initial. And as they approach the pack, Wet City calls the jam after scoring 2 points? 3 points. 3 points on the jam. So quickly getting through your initial is also an important part of the game. When once the lead is gone, then you want to make sure you can make your way out of the pack as fast as you can as the opposing jammer.
That was a nice power kill.
Absolutely. We've seen what kind of damage a nice power jam can do. But now Number 8, Hössi Galore, getting the lead.
Right behind them, 007 Bond.
Also makes it out.
Pirouetting their way out of the back.
Hössi on the inside line, tiptoeing. Just on the line must have been. 4 points. Call the jam. Bish bash bosh. That's how you do it.
Looks easy.
Yes, exactly. Like it's the best commentating ever. It's like, oh, you should have just gone there, and why didn't you just take the points? You should have just skated through the other players. It looks so easy. Exactly.
Jamming is so easy. 2-6 Bilene for Helsinki on the jammer line.
And for Wet City 1-2 Mean Machine. Mean Machine at the front.
Super long back again.
But the Helsinki blocker manages to hit Mean Machine out, and now recycled all the way to the back of the pack. And now Mean Machine in the triangle at the back. Taking...
Lead goes to Helsinki and Bilene.
Yes. Mean Machine taking off the helmet cover and passing it on to their pivot.
2 Wet City blockers in the box, so Bilene is able to skate through the back quite effortlessly. A Wet City blocker
trying to chase after. Quite out of play, you could say.
Quite optimistically.
I mean, you know, sometimes.
And it's a power jam for Helsinki. The box is super busy at the moment. There's 2 Helsinki blockers, 1 Wet City blocker and the Wet City jammer.
Exactly. A very good chance for Helsinki to score some points. Get the...
Bilene calls off the jam. The jammer is still sitting in the penalty box, which means that they have at least 10 seconds.
At least. And Ilene picking up 11 points, I think, for Helsinki. Also 10 points for Helsinki. And also 1 point for Wet City. But a really nice jam for Helsinki. Getting the multiple scoring passes this time around.
I think this has been the biggest jam for Helsinki this far. And also what we can notice that stop has happened at Wet City side last jam, so the jammer sitting in the box is in fact the previous pivot.
That is correct. I think it is, if I'm not sure, I think it was number 5 Sig Dacker, but we will see in a moment, I think, when they're released. And now Wet City taking a team timeout to sort out.
I think it's
an official review.
It
is an official review. Right at the moment, I was like, yes, I see the captain and the benches at the center.
Sadly, we don't have our mall in the middle this time, but we could imagine it has something to do with the jammer sitting in the box.
Usually so. Or on the other hand, maybe they might be requesting a penalty for Helsinki jammer or something like that. But quite often you would like to get your own jammer out of the box, at least. But Wet City have made their claim, explained what they're asking for, and the judges will now consider whether or not this request will be accepted. And if it is, Wet City will get to keep their official review, and if not, they will lose it for this half and have another try on the next half.
That's true. Something we could also talk about is that Helsinki managed to do quite a lot of points after the timeout they took, so maybe that had an effect on how the game turned.
Bench coach has found the right words, the right secrets to share with the players.
The players had the chance to kind of breathe and come together and
maybe calm down also a little bit. Sometimes it can be good because it can get a little bit chaotic on the track at times.
What? Never.
In Derby? Pff, never, exactly. So having a moment and clearing your head is a good idea. We have some audience cheering on our visiting team players, which we love to see and love to hear.
Sounds very traditional Norwegian, deep voices.
The Viking style, you mean?
Yes.
To be a stereotype.
Or the heavy metal style.
Also that one. I think that's the one that's very appreciated here in Finland. The heavy metal approach.
So after the 10 points that Helsinki gained in the last jam, the score difference has dropped into, I'd say, 53.
I'd also say. I'll copy you, yes.
So the game is evening up. Maybe it will even up a bit more after the power start.
Yes, my quick math hasn't been like super on point today, so I will take your count over mine.
1-1-1, Daria in the jammer line. Getting offense from her teammates. Maybe a bit more could help.
And almost made it through, but then Wet City managed to waterfall their players in front.
The jammer is released and they have all the possibilities still to get lead.
Yes, and it is Wet City 5-5, Sick Dagger coming from the penalty box to claim lead, I think. Exactly, 5-5, Sick Dagger getting lead for Wet City as the Helsinki jammer Daria sits in the box. Sick Dagger gets the suggestion to call it from the bench, and that they do.
Daria is standing in the penalty box, which means that they have less than 10 seconds.
No points in the previous jam for either of the teams.
Ekkis made a nice block on the Wet City blocker right at the end and made them score nothing. While we are going to the next power jam, 5-9 from Wet City, getting the lead fast in the first curve. But Daria is also released from the penalty box.
Yes, Lucid Lucy coming to the pack on the inside line.
A lot of people in one pile as we have all the players on the field.
And Lucid Lucy making it through for 4 points. And now coming around once again, caught on the inside line by 800 by of Helsinki Catastrophe. Nice catch, almost a run through for Lucid Lucy, but Catastrophe manages to save the situation.
Wet City has been recycling Daria.
And I do think the Helsinki pivot turned jammer is heading to the box for a back block, if I'm not incorrect. So now a big jam for Wet City. 3 scoring rounds already completed, and now a 4th one.
That
for
was
Lucy.
Super fast.
Yeah.
Calling off
nice move.
Helsinki previous pivot, now a jammer. Kylmäkoski is sitting in the box and has more than 10 seconds.
Exactly.
In the start of the next jam, which will be a power start for Wet City.
Yes, and I do think, I wonder if the period ending exactly. So we will have intermission. Even though the Helsinki players were lining up for wanting to have one more jam in this period, but as no timeout was called and the period clock ran out, that's when we go to intermission.
Their pens didn't agree on their will this time.
They can, intermission, and then they'll get to have their jam. I think it'll be just fine in that sense also.
Going into the intermission, Helsinki has 39 points, Wet City 108, but anything can still happen.
Definitely. I said it before that 17-point difference is nothing, or 13-point difference is nothing in Derby. An even situation like this, there is still definitely room for a comeback from Helsinki's side. But
It's
Wet City,
only 69 points.
Exactly. But Wet City doing a real good job being able to get the leads and also have some big scoring rounds for themselves, taking advantage of the power jams they were given by Helsinki.
Using the lines effectively.
Very effectively. I think we will return.
Yeah, we'll be back in 13 minutes.
More or less so. See you then. And we are back after the intermission, or well, with a minute left so far. But welcome back to the last game of the day of Helsinki Roller Derby C-Kasetti versus Wet City Rollers from Luleå, Sweden.
From Bergen, Norway.
From Bergen, Norway. That's what I said. Basically.
I know you said it.
Yeah.
Would you have some interesting stats while you're on it?
Yes, exactly. I have only the important things on my mind. I went to snoop around a little bit, and I did find out some interesting stuff. Most especially that Wet City managed to, towards the end especially, to really grab the leads in the first half, getting a total of 17 leads in the first half compared to Helsinki's 7. And then also, surprisingly, the penalties were quite even, but I think the big difference was made in the fact that I think Wet City had only one jammer penalty, so only one power jam for Helsinki, whereas I think Helsinki had 3 or 4 jammer penalties in the first half. So
that's something that already makes a big difference.
Exactly. If you can get to score big on the power jams, it will definitely show in your score.
Speaking of that, Wet City is starting the first jam with the power start.
Exactly, because it's the Helsinki pivot turn jammer 5-5 who is still in the box. But now we do have the Wet City jammer getting through the pack, but not being assigned lead for Hössi Galore. But still eligible to score points nonetheless.
Helsinki's 5-5 Kylmäkoski has been released from the box and is now issued the lead and calls off the jam.
Exactly. I wonder if it was a no pass, no penalty on the Hössi Galore in their initial that didn't get them the lead. But nonetheless, Wet City takes the jam with a 4-0 point victory.
Yes, no pass, no penalty is a logical explanation for that. To the next jam, we have Vilene jamming for Helsinki.
And 1-2 Mean Machine right through the middle for lead to Wet City. I think Wet City was thinking that yes, we got a lot of leads in the previous half, and I think we would like to continue that way and are now executing that strategy.
Vilene is now also released from the back.
Yeah, pack getting run really long right there on the straightaway, but now packed together.
Jam is called off as one of Helsinki blockers sits to the penalty box. And if you are here in the building, I got information to my earpiece that there is free coffee in the cafeteria. Free coffee in the cafeteria. Please go and pick yours.
Absolutely. And now we have lining up 5-9 Lucid Lucy for Wet City.
007 Bond pushing in the front of the pack gets the lead to Helsinki, and one Wet City blocker is sent to the penalty box. I would say that is effective jamming.
Yes, and also the Wet City jammer being sent to the penalty box. So now a power jam opportunity for Bond to score some big points. And that is what they will do.
Only 60 points to go. Helsinki bench is yelling. I wouldn't say that is an impossible ask for one jam.
But you could try 16, for example. Now I think getting
already at 8 points.
Just half of them left. Wet City jammer returning from the box to play, getting some offensive help, and now struggling at the front of the pack, pushing on the Helsinki blockers.
That's some super strong pushing. Helsinki blockers are trying to make a triangle, but each time they almost succeed. The jammer pushes it.
Just a little bit out of formation that they have to go again.
But that was a big jam for Helsinki, and for Bonn, they made 10 points.
10 to Wet City's 0 from Luleå. Bergen, Norway, not Luleå, Sweden. That way around.
Jamming now for Helsinki is 1-1-1 Daria.
And on the Wet City side, 0-7, the Quacken. Moving the wall from inside line to outside line.
Nice tight triangles for both teams. A little offense, at least from the Helsinki side.
Exactly, but Helsinki now having the wall in the back.
Almost out of the back. Daria recycles just to be safe.
Although they unfortunately could have continued straight on since the Wet City blocker also went out in the spill. But now,
nevertheless, now she got the lead. No pass, no penalty. So we could say that was a smart move.
And nicely getting the points. And calling the jam as instructed by the bench. with the Wet City jammer approaching the pack.
4 points to Helsinki, one Wet City blocker sitting in the box, so Helsinki has a back advantage as we go to the next jam.
Helsinki getting some good win on their skates now, being able to score lead and score the points in the previous jams as well. And also managing to keep Wet City on the 0 for the points.
That's super important for them if they want to even up the situation.
Exactly.
Almost through the back, the jammers are falling on each other.
Exactly, and it almost Helsinki also almost makes it out, but it is Hussy Galore who is the one
that could have gone either way, but the jammer referees saw that it was
Wet
Bergen who got the lead.
Exactly. Managing
I'm
to
happy
break
we
through.
don't have to make those decisions from here.
No, I'm happy I don't have to decide on anything today, especially out of all days. 3 points for Wet City, 1 for Helsinki. In this one.
Going into next jam, jamming for Helsinki is Pilene.
And going against them is 1-2 Mean Machine from Wet City, Bergen.
A big commotion, and Pilene is the one who survives to go through first. But Wet City jammer isn't too far behind. Save 4 points to Helsinki.
Nice jam. Even with Helsinki blockers, almost all of them falling at the start, but still managing to score the lead jam and also the full 4 points.
Sometimes it's enough that the jammer gets through without falling.
Oh, absolutely. It is, sometimes you fall as a blocker and that's just life. That's just life in Derby.
There's still 22 minutes of this game left, and the score difference is about 60 points, so 4 points for Helsinki is okay, but maybe we need some bigger jams.
And the jammers so close to one another when exiting the pack, even the referees had to take a moment to signal to each other who was the first one out. But it was Bond of Helsinki who then calls off the jam as they get overtaken on the straightaway. So 0-0 on the jam. Next up, 0-7, the Quacken on the line.
1-1-1 Daria for Helsinki.
A proper blocker pile up on the straightaway. Helsinki in the front, Wet City in the back. And we do have a penalty for one of the Wet City blockers.
Helsinki is now defending with 4 blockers. Maybe Daria could use some help, and just when I say so, something might happen. A nice offense by Karma, and now just keep on doing that.
Exactly. Unfortunately, the pivot of Helsinki heading to the box. Lead being assigned to the Wet City jammer.
And a penalty to Helsinki blockers. So Helsinki has only 2 blockers on the track currently.
Yes, and unfortunately no pivot for to give Daria an assistive hand and a star pass opportunity, but
the back is super fast and quite chaotic at the moment.
Now
it's a good chance for Wet City to grow their point difference.
Yes. 30 seconds on the jam left at this point.
Wet City manages to clean the whole inside for their jammer. So I would say even I would have gotten through with that much space.
With that excellent offense play.
Yeah, and we see an big drain in effect again. It just works.
It just works, exactly. It's why change it if it works? Just keep trucking. I do think Bergen taking a big jam here. Either 12. I didn't quite count the scoring rounds this time, but I think 12 points on the jam.
Helsinki jammer Daria is freezed in the box, but standing, so it's less than 10 seconds until they come back to the track.
Bergen being able to really take advantage of these power jam opportunities that they've had. Being able to score those big rounds. And it is number 8, Hussy Galore, taking the 4 points once again. As Hussy comes around for the next scoring round. Finds space on the outside line. Almost makes it through. And now finally does as well for another 4.
Daria has been completing her initial pass as well. And Wet City decides to call off the jam before they have a chance to make any points for Helsinki.
Yes, that is the harsh strategy of the derby. And why the leads are so important in the game as well. Because leads usually means points for you and no points for the opponent if you're able to play it in this precise manner.
Going to the next jam, jamming for Helsinki, 872 Slenko, who gets a fast lead.
The Wet City side, Mean Machine still at the back of the pack, almost breaking through but being stopped. But what a quick star pass, so excellent execution on that one. Being handed off to 5-5 Sick Dagger.
Helsinki is continuing the jam, so the blockers must be ready when Slenko finishes their first scoring pass.
And the blockers are ready at Helsinki, especially Wet City, maybe a little bit caught off guard by Slenko in the previous.
And on this scoring pass especially, it was super fast. They were able to just almost skate through. And so does the Wet City jammer.
Tit for tat, so a speedy scoring pass for Helsinki and one for Wet City as well. I think
Helsinki manages to win the jam by 3 points.
So 11 for Helsinki and 8 for Wet City. Is that what my
Yes,
I see?
you are definitely fully correct.
Now on the whistle, 5-9 Lucid Lucy.
And Helsinki got your memo about the leads being important.
You should just take the lead, as they say, and that's what Helsinki does. Bilene. Helsinki wanting to run long, I think, on these jams.
Yes, there's a strong triangle in the front, but both jammers getting out of the back to back.
4 points each.
Sick Dagger actually on the lead and winning this jam at this point, even though Helsinki has the lead. So
Yes.
Helsinki decides to call off the jam.
Yeah, Lucid Lucy just gliding through on the outside line, no resistance on the pass. But I do think points were even, not quite.
Yes, Wet City managed to sneak a bit more points.
Just one. 7-8 for, yeah, that's what I was waiting for, the Helsinki points.
But winning 1 point when you don't have the lead, also tasty.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. I do think there was a timeout. Yes, a team timeout for the Wet City, the Bergen team.
They seem to have gathered the Helsinki got your memo about the leads. They have gotten a couple which they didn't at the start of this period, so maybe Wet City wants to stop that right before it almost has started. And
I think they want to take the memo for themselves now to stop Helsinki's flow here.
One Helsinki blocker, actually the pivot, Pirkko sitting in the penalty box, so Wet City will have a slight advantage going to the next jam.
Yeah. 15 minutes, so half of the half left. Last 15 minutes of the game. Here.
And of the Jingle HEL roller derby tournament.
Exactly. It's we started early and soon-ish we are finishing here, but not until these 15 last minutes of the game.
Helsinki fields Kiiski to the jammer line. I think this is their first jam this period.
I think so as well, and the players a little bit wondering if there was an injury on the track, but that luckily was not the case. But it is the Quacken who took a super quick lead at the start from the outside line and now already completed their first scoring round. Then we have one of the Bergen blockers heading to the penalty box.
Helsinki made a successful star pass quite at the back of the pack, but still managed to get through.
Absolutely. As a pivot, do not like being in that position. But sometimes it can work, because sometimes it can give you the advantage of surprise as well, of taking the star at the back of the pack. It's a little unexpected at times.
I think Pirkko had been planning that while they were sitting in the box for the last jam pause.
Exactly, and now Pirkko manages just in time to make it to the track, as it is Hesi Galore, number 8, taking the lead for Wet City.
007 Bond also released from the back at this point. Wet City managed to get the lead even though they had the 3-4 back disadvantage. And here we have Pirkko sitting in the box.
The call from the bench, call it, and that's exactly what the Wet City Jammer does. After scoring a whole 4 points for their team. Score currently 76 for Helsinki and 167 for Wet City.
12 minutes remaining. Slenko jamming for Helsinki for this next jam.
Yeah. The Wet City Jammers quite liking the outside lane at the starts, but it is Slenko who gets the lead here. Gets the instruction to call it off from the bench and does so as they come to the pack.
The jam is called off.
But unfortunately, I think it is Bergen coming on top on this jam, so 2 points for them, 0 for Helsinki. And we will have an official timeout, I think.
Both teams' pivots are now in the penalty box. Nice symmetry there, although Pirkko is standing and Wet City pivot is still sitting in the box.
Yes. Officials. I think we are checking up on a Helsinki player to see how they're doing, and then we are going to get going with the last 12-ish minutes of the game.
The score difference is about 90 points. 11 minutes to go, so Helsinki would have to score some quite big jams and not give any points to Vet City. But it's not all about the win. It might be also how much or how big the score difference is at the end. So it's always a possibility to make a great game out of something. In the rankings, Vet City is actually quite above Helsinki, so this might even be a beneficial situation for them.
That's a good point. It's definitely, especially rankings-wise, it's not just about who wins and who loses, but also the score difference. And
that makes it fun to play teams that are in different levels.
Exactly, but it is a quick lead on the outside line for, I think it is Lucy 59.
Helsinki jammer Bilene is now out of the pack as well.
Lucid Lucy held at the back of the pack, except gets the inside line right as I go to say.
Vet City decides to call off the jam, leaving their pivot standing in the box.
Yes. So now we have a 4-blocker or 1-blocker advantage for Helsinki for the starting jam. With from Vet City, the Quacken coming to the line.
Jamming for Helsinki, 007 Bond, who is through and gets the lead quite quickly. Maybe the 1-blocker back advantage helped with that. But now Vet City pivot is also on the track, which means we have all the players in there at the first curve.
Yes, and the Vet City jammer does hand off the star to their pivot number 15.
Helsinki has the lead, but is now calling off the jam.
Yeah, as Hannah Hardhand approaches the pack with the jammer star on, Helsinki calls the jam.
Gaining 3 points.
And also 2 for Vet City. Almost 100 points difference between the teams now. So Vet City at 175 and Helsinki at 79.
9 minutes remaining. 1-1-1 Daria jamming for Helsinki.
Vet City jammers being really quick and explosive at the starts. Starting from the outside line, jigging to the inside line, then switching back again to the other side to break apart the triangle of the opposing blockers.
Seems to work for
Seems to work since Josi Galore it is in the lead jammer once again.
And a successful stop has been made in Helsinki side, and Pirkko is now having the star.
Josi coming through for points.
Everybody's rolling ahead slowly, as is sometimes the case, but sometimes it's good to stop too.
Yes, many times.
I would say always, but that would sound too strict.
It's not quite, exactly, but almost always. But it's very natural to also, because you have the wheels underneath you, so when you have momentum, you're just like kind of eking forward.
Yeah, stopping is active.
Yes.
Active
work.
Rolling is something that just happens. And as we are rambling about
the game is actually going on.
And it is Bilene for Helsinki who has gotten the lead.
But chasing after them, and 1-2 Mean Machine also coming to the pack.
Helsinki had a slight back advantage, so Bilen was able to score the first 4 points quite effortlessly.
And now coming back for more, whilst Mean Machine still being held on their first scoring round.
Now there's a 4-wall for Wet City, but it seems to be breakable as well.
It does, and there is a Wet City blocker heading to the penalty box. And another one coming to deliver a big hit on Bilene, after which Bilene decides to call off the jam instead of recycling to the back of the pack, where the blue pivot 1-5 was taking them.
The Wet City jammer was also arriving to the back, so that might have been an excellent choice, because now Helsinki won the jam by 3 points.
Yes. 7 points for Helsinki, 4 for Wet City.
A fast lead for Wet City. There was a beautiful waste space that even I could have taken.
Managing to move the wall so that they have space on the track to slip through for the lead.
Now 007 Bond is also through as a jammer for Helsinki, as Wet City has already scored 4 points.
Yeah, Wet City continuing to run down the clock at the moment, but finally decide to call it off after having scored.
In this case, it was good to move forward, as Wet City was able to play some seconds off the jam clock. Good time management, I would say.
At this point, you definitely want to, since you have the lead, then you want to play the clock as well at the moment.
And even though you have like a distinctive lead, you still want to keep it as big as possible all the time.
Because then also you would like to, deny your opponent the chance to make any additional points. So that is what they are doing.
Daria 1-1-1 at the front of the pack. Bit funky bridging happening, as both Wet City and Helsinki blockers were bridging for each other.
But it is the Wet City jammer heading to the penalty box, giving Helsinki a power jam opportunity. Allow a lot of blockers falling over each other on the track.
Let's see if we can make some room for Daria in the curve.
Pack has gone into chaos mode, although Wet City being able to hold Daria back for now.
A nice penalty kill from Wet City, as their jammer is now released from the box, and Daria is still trying to get through the back for their initial pass.
Daria getting hit out on the curve on the outside line, has to recycle all the way back. Jam is almost only 30 seconds left to go with no lead so far in the jam.
Nice defense blocking.
Yes, nicely done by both teams. And also Helsinki blocker 800 doing some great one-on-one blocking against the Wet City jammer. Big hits, but still staying upright on their feet.
Both jammers have been fighting pretty much on their own, as Wet City had one blocker in the penalty box and Helsinki was concentrating on defending with 4.
0 points for either team from the 2-minute jam. No lead assigned whatsoever.
It was 2 minutes well spent.
Blockers might disagree. Maybe we like playing derby. Maybe we don't feel too bad about that.
Only 3 minutes to go in this game, and we have 2-6 Bilene jamming for Helsinki.
And number 8, Hussy Galore, now at the front of the pack against 09 Dynamite, does take the lead.
And again, not far behind Bilene, also out of the pack.
Helsinki managing to make good offense for their jammer. Now Hussy coming in for points. Tiptoes on the inside line, gets all 4 and calls off the jam decisively. That's it.
That's how you do it.
Exactly. Textbook playing. We are coming down to the last couple of minutes of the game.
Jamming for Helsinki's Lenkku.
And 1-2 Mean Machine on Wet City side. And the outside line. Wet City Jammer, unsure whether they cut track or not, and did not return or recycle to the back of the pack fast enough, so assigned a cut track penalty.
Meanwhile, Slenku is the lead and manages to make the first pass super quick.
Glides through Wet City blocker, attempting to chase after, but Slenku was far gone.
Helsinki is using the classic goat tactic once again, and Slenku
and beautiful offense on the outside.
Through the back, but then at the last minute, Wet City manages to push them out and recycle.
There was a cut track assigned, but it was not to either of the jammers, but rather a blocker on the Wet City side.
Looks like Helsinki wants to
run it.
Yeah, why not when you have the speed, and Slenku seems to pass the walls at the moment quite effortlessly.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Also, only 30 seconds now on the game left on the official time.
Helsinki now at 98 points, so or 102 points, so triple digits.
Yeah, Mean Machine giving a mean hit to Helsinki blocker, 800. But Slenku coming around for more and more points.
Helsinki playing the clock and taking one more jam.
Is that a 16-point jam for Helsinki?
19-point jam.
19-point jam.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
That was some skating, and as Helsinki manages to cross the 100-point magic line, Wet City is now in 200.
This is the third time we've had an even 200 score on one of the teams during this. I think in each games there was a moment where the other team had 200 points exact, which makes me super happy for some reason.
It might be because that's my player number.
It has to be.
That's like beautiful thoughts to everyone.
Exactly. It's so beautiful. We love it. And even now, I think 105 to 200 is like, it's a pretty nice score.
Yeah, if your player number happens to be 105, please contact me. This must be some sign.
Universe is trying to tell us something.
We match.
Exactly. Helsinki's timeout expires, and we are coming to the last jam of the game, where we have jammer number 59, Lucid Lucy, for Wet City.
And 2-6, Bilene for Helsinki.
Explosive start from both jammers.
It looked like it would be a fast lead for Bilene.
But now the pack stretching so far. Bilene very strong at the front of the pack. pushing on the Wet City blockers.
It didn't take too long.
And easy.
Oi, 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 oi.
Vilene running the way through the Wet City blockers. And now also...
like there's been a... No, it wasn't a star pass, it was a star stars.
Yeah, exactly. Lucid Lucy. Hot on the tracks of Vilene. Now passing her on the scoring round. Or passing them on the scoring round. And there we have it.
Falling off the jam. I have a feeling they would have had time to try and get a couple more points from that round, as the score was 4-4 as the opponent was still on the other side of the track, but still it was a lead.
Yes, it seems no points on the last round, but 4-4 for both teams, which brings us to the end of the game.
Yes, beautiful game.
And now also the final score apparently on the board. So we have Wet City as the winners of this game with 204 points, and Helsinki answering with 109 of their own.
Thank you, teams, officials, all the volunteers.
Everybody who came to watch as well. Everybody's who maybe been on the stream online, watching the games from there.
We are happy we got to share this first Jingle HEL tournament.
Exactly.
We
will see if we'll be back next year for another Christmas tournament in Helsinki.
See you at the after party.
Yes. I think at Tenho Resto Bar.
Yes, in Helsingin Katu, Kallio, so the best place in Helsinki.
Exactly. Thank you, everybody. I think I'm out.
Thank you, Riina. It was a pleasure.
Likewise.